Yeah, that's a rough one right there. I mean, Karen's definitely missed big time. Um, I saw Kevin in chat. I mean, we love you guys, to the moon and back. And yeah, it really sucks. So, um, also tomorrow, um, We Not Me will be hosting the Time Is Now podcast. So you guys get another day with us. How about that? I mean, you get it anyways. But yeah, we have some interesting stuff to go through because there was a video that I watched yesterday. It's 2 hours long, so we're not gonna watch it, but we have 17 pages of notes that we're gonna go over because this guy, Gary Wayne, I believe everybody should find this guy and follow him because this man has some of the greatest information out there, like greatest. But we'll go over that here in a little bit. But first, I do have a video here, a short one, 17 minutes, of course. But didn't go in there. There you go. There it is. All right. Now, remember when we spoke about this 1,000-year vendetta that Russia and Ukraine have? Well, if you don't know, you're going to learn in a matter of 17 minutes.
Kind of ironic, I've been hearing at least since the 90s that this area has been fought over for thousands of years, when really that all just started about 100 years ago, at least with the present players. And then they act like this conflict just sprang up out of nowhere, when in reality it has been fought over for 1,000 years. But I guess the deed for this land wasn't signed by God himself. And if they want to act like this is a brand new quarrel, then why do they make it want to seem that way? Maybe they don't want to talk about the history of this area. This might seem completely off topic, but I promise it ties in. So way up here, you got Sweden and Norway, which is home to men that would go a Viking at times. And then way down here at the corner of the Black Sea, connecting to the Mediterranean, is Constantinople, which really doesn't get enough respect in most people's minds because you hear Rome this, Rome that, but Constantinople was the world's premier city in its day, which is 1,200 miles away from the very southern tip of Sweden. And you don't really ever think about Viking types visiting Constantinople. And I'm using the term Viking very loosely, just talking about Nordic race type people. But how long do you think it would take for the Vikings to get down to Constantinople? Well, there's some reports that say it could be done in 2 to 3 weeks. Others say about 2 months, which really isn't bad if you think about it. You take off in the spring and you can be home by winter to the wife and kids up north. But they had routes going down the Dnieper and the Volga, and they'd go all the way down to Baghdad and trade with people. They were merchants and traders just as much as they were raiders. The way I was taught history, it seemed like pretty much everyone was isolationist and they didn't know about the wider world out there, but that's not the case. There were trade routes, which means that there were treaties in some areas, others would be hostile to you. But pretty much every country in the world knew about these Vikings, these Nordic types. They were strong and a head taller than everybody else, and Byzantine emperors even had the Varangian Guard, which were pretty much the finest mercenaries money could buy. Okay, but what does that have to do with the Kamikazars? Well, those Varangians basically took over these trade routes and were known as the Kievan Rus. From the late 9th to mid 13th century, they encompassed a variety of polities and peoples, including East Slavic, Norse, and Finnic. It was ruled by the Rurik dynasty, founded by the Varangian prince Rurik. Now, it kind of seems like the Slavic people were indigenous to this area and not very ambitious or politically motivated people all throughout the last 800 years. Even during Dub Dub Deuce, they kind of seem like the people that are just caught up in the middle of everything, and they're where we get the name slave from. But the Kievan Rus is made up of a mixture of them and Nordic types like Rurik. And if you put these two maps together, then you can see that they basically came down from the north and conquered all of the lands the Dnieper ran through. And it looks a lot like the largely discredited Hyperborean invasion of the Indian subcontinent. But now you've got an idea of who the Kievan Rus were. Now let's talk about the people that formed a state within a state in this area, because it never gets old. They just keep doing the same thing. They'll do their Babylonian money magic scheme, and next thing you know, they own all the property. The aristocracy's in debt to them. Then the people will rise up with their pitchforks. So then they'll run off to some other area and cry victim. Then a couple of generations go by and the people have heard the stories that the old timers tell about them, and they don't see any of it. So they think, oh, it couldn't have been that bad. Then they say, well, we're people, they're people, we're all the same. So they should be treated as equals. And the next thing you know, they own all the property and everybody's in debt to them. The history of the Ks, specifically the KM, the world's largest organized crime syndicate that the K oligarchy morphed into by their deployment of Babylonian money magic, has been nearly completely excised from the history books. The present-day KM knows that it cannot operate or exist without abject secrecy, and therefore has spent a lot of money having its history excised from the history books in order to prevent citizens of the world from learning about its evil beyond imagination that empowers the world's largest organized crime cabal. Sounds a lot like what Eustace Mullins calls the children of Canaan, the will of Canaan. I'm going to skip through the highlights here. At the Syrian Conference on Combating Terrorism and Religious Extremism 2014, Gordon Duff disclosed publicly for the first time ever that World Terrorism is actually due to a large international organized crime syndicate associated with Yeezy. This disclosure sent shockwaves at the conference and almost instantly around the world, as almost every world leader received reports of his historical disclosure that same day, some within minutes. Other notable events of 2014 around this time was this, and by now they were all supposed to be sitting around sipping margaritas in Big Yeezy. A certain president and his son having a stake in the local electric company, probably for helping out with this. Starts with a B, rhymes with Rizma. And now Gordon Duff has asked President Rasputnikov to release the intel, which will expose about 300 traitors in Congress for their serious serial felonies and statutory espionage on behalf of the KM. You guys remember how intelligence was all freaked out about Tucker going over there and doing his interview? Man, I was really hoping we'd get some of this stuff out of it. You know, the two big theaters of operation right now have two things in common. One is that the U.S. is providing all the hardware, and the other is, what could that be? You know, here's a country in Africa that I've never heard of, and I can't even pronounce the name, and they've got 30 million people, making it significantly larger than 15 million. Yet, at the heart of the two conflicts out there that could turn into Dub Trey, there's 15 million people. But we're not allowed to notice any of that. And I feel kind of bad for the Greys that have absolutely nothing to do with what's going on. I listen to several almost daily that are, but I just heard a report in Yeezy, 83% of the people there approve of their government's actions. So like I always say, I don't blame anybody for the way they're born, but people grow up and then they have beliefs, and those I can disagree with. So around 100 to 800 AD, the Ks develop into a nation ruled by an evil king who had ancient Babylonian black arts occult oligarchs serving as his court. During this time, the Ks became known to surrounding countries as thieves, red rummers, road bandits, and for assuming the identities of those travelers they red roamed as a normal occupational practice and way of life. Now, I've actually heard more about this, and yeah, they would have them stay at their house as guests and learn all about who they were, where they're going, their mannerisms. And a lot of times travelers would be going to a foreign land with like a letter of marque, a letter of character reference or something. They'd be going to meet somebody that they didn't know. So they would become that person and then go to where they were going and do what they were going to do, which is really a whole nother level of ballsy, if there be any truth to such tales. Then around 800 AD, the ultimatum is delivered by Rus and other surrounding nations. The leaders of the surrounding nations, especially Rus, have had so many years of complaints by their citizens that, as a group, they deliver an ultimatum to the K King. They send a communication to the K King that he must choose one of the three Abrahamic religions for his people, make it his official state religion, and require all K citizens to practice it, and socialize all K children to practice that faith. He was given a choice between Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. The Khazarian king chose Judaism and promised to stay within the requirements laid out by the surrounding Confederacy of Nations led by the Rus Tsar. Despite his agreement and promise, the K King and his inner circle of oligarchs kept practicing ancient Babylonian black magic, also known as secret shaitanism. This secret shaitanism involved occult ceremonies featuring, I can't talk about all those. The deep dark secret of the occult ceremonies was that they were all based on ancient Baal worship, also known as worship.
Now, I want to bring this up, right? Secret Satanism involved occult ceremonies featuring child sacrifice after, quote unquote, bleeding them out, drinking their blood, and eating their hearts. But yet they want to scream blood libel, right? Okay.
Of the owl, in order to fool the Confederacy of Nations led by Rus that were watching the K's. The king melded these Luciferian black magic practices with Grayism and created a secret shaitanic hybrid religion known as Babylonian Telemundo. This was made the national religion and nurtured the same evil that K was known for before. About 1200 AD, the Rus led a group of nations surrounding the K's and invaded it in order to stop the K crimes against their people, which included the kidnapping of their young children and infants for their ceremonies to Baal. The K King and his inner court of criminals and red rummers came to be known as the KM. The K leaders had a well-developed spy network. I got to throw this in. They still do. By way of deception, thou shalt do war. But through this network, they obtained prior warning and escaped from K-land to European nations to the west, taking their vast fortune with them in gold and silver. They laid low and regrouped while assuming new identities. In secret, they continued their rituals and trusted Baal to give them the whole world and all its riches, as they claimed he had promised them, as long as they kept bleeding out, doing their things. So, these guys have got a lot of gods promising them the world and all its riches, because it's what Yahweh does too. The K King and his court mafia plotted eternal revenge against the Rus and the surrounding nations that invaded K and drove them from power. So this is a vendetta going back thousands of years between the K's and the Rus. But what we're seeing right now is not them affecting revenge on the Rus. They knew that they would barely even make a dent in their forces. What this was all about is getting rid of all of the men that lived in the Big U. I even saw an article a couple years back about where they were paying local women to get artificially inseminated by foreign stock, let's say. Their whole strategy here wasn't to take over the Big U with force. It was to put their comedian shill in charge and take over, take control of the armed forces and then throw all of them against a wall. And that's exactly what they did. There was videos a couple years ago about 14-year-olds getting picked up, thrown in a uniform, and sent to the front line. The bars were nothing but women. And in the one honest interview that Zalipsync has ever done in his life, he stressed that his master's vision for the post-conflict future included having armed forces in all institutions, supermarkets, cinemas, there will be people with weapons everywhere, just like his idols in Yeezy. It was probably better to have them all corralled in one place, but they spread out from there. And to accomplish their invasion, of England, they hired Oliver Cromwell to Red Roam King Charles I and make England safe for banking again. This began the English Civil Wars, which raged for...
And we mentioned about Oliver Cromwell and how evil he is. Make England safe for banking again. Oliver Cromwell, they threw the Jews out because of their Babylonian money magic and stealing kids. Kind of like right now. You think about it. How in the hell do the Jews have top spots in all these places? And why are there so many missing kids?
Nearly a decade, resulting in the regicide of the royal family that is a hallmark of these people, and why right now they're just saying, well, we're going to go after their leader and take him out and everything will be fine. Just like in 2001, Saddam Hussein was responsible for all of the world's problems. You know who's involved in all of the world's problems every single time? There's a video on here, All Wars Are Banker Wars. If you've never seen it, should check that out. But the rest of the civilized world has always been repulsed by regicide, especially the kings or presidents or any leader that sees another leader taken out. But for these guys, that is the first order of business. This is how the city...
Now, liken that to what they want to do in Iran. Because we're going to go over Iran too today. Big time. Because I don't think Trump did anything over there. But we'll go into that. But see, the regicide of royal family and hundreds of genuine English nobility. Well, regicide is when you kill them. You're killing the regents. That's exactly what they said they want to do over in Iran. That's what Trump's like, no.
Of London was set up as a banking capital of Europe and launched the beginning of the British Empire. The KM decides to infiltrate and hijack all world banking using Babylonian black magic, or the secret art of making money from nothing, also using the power of pernicious usury to accumulate interest. Yeah, these are people that never produce anything for a society. They always take from the society. The KM used their vast fortune to enter into a new system of banking based on secret Babylonian black magic, money magic, that they claim to have learned from the evil spirits of Baal in return for their many rituals to them. I always kind of laugh a little bit when I read about somebody that thought they were going to command demons or they're going to pull one over on them. Okay, if these intelligences do exist, they've been around for thousands and thousands of years. So it's kind of like an 18-year-old that has the world all figured out. These people think they're going to summon something and get all of their worldly desires fulfilled, and then they end up helping that entity accomplish what he wanted in the first place. This Babylonian money magic involved the substitution of paper credit certificates for gold and silver deposits, which allowed travelers to travel with their money in a form that offered easy replacement should they lose the certificates or have them stolen. Interesting how the very problem that was started by the Ks also had a solution provided by them. Eventually, the K Kings and his small surrounding court infiltrated Germany with a group that chose the name the Bowers of Germany to represent them and carry on their Baal-powered system of evil. The Bowers of the Red Shield, which represented their secret blood-based activities, changed their name to Red Shield, aka Child of the Rock, the Shaitan. And well, everybody pretty well knows the rest of that story, at least the short version. Okay, so let's recap that. The Nordic Viking types had trade routes extending all the way probably down into India and definitely to the west of there. They went into England, northern France, and I actually heard one story about how the Slavic people actually went to Rurik and asked him to rule over them. Because you got to understand, to the east is the Eurasian steppe, and so you've got the Huns and the Mongols, whatever time period you're looking at. And this has always been a dangerous place, and it's always kind of been the front gate to Europe. So the Nordic types just took control of this area and formed the Kievan Rus, with the K's controlling the lands down to the south of them. They had a very bad reputation for coming and stealing and raiding and doing all kinds of bad things. So the Rus knocked them out of power. And now, after 1,000 years, they're trying to take back their old stomping grounds. So now everybody knows what this has been about the whole time. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll catch you on the next one. Static out.
Now, that video is amazing. So, what I want to do now is, what's that? Okay. So, you know how much Trump loves Juneteenth, right? Because when did Juneteenth come about? Oh, under Biden, right? So, here's the thing with that. Too many non-working holidays in America is costing our country billions of dollars to keep all these businesses closed. The workers don't want it either. Soon we'll end up having a holiday for every once working day of the year. I have no idea when he went once. It's like that part, I don't know. I just don't know. But it must change if we're going to make America great again. At 6:03 p.m., right? And that's a 23 or a 25, right? 23 paying. Now, funny thing is okay. Now, you notice something with this one, right? Make America great again. That's it. Picture him, right? Look at the timestamp. We don't count zeros, do we? That's a 9/11. Also look at the retruths. 191-1019, 9/11, 9/11. Right? That's on the 19th. So we go to oh, yes. Hold on a second. All right, so oh, damn it. Sorry guys. I have dates. Okay. Sorry guys. Trying to juggle these windows and this one. Remember Fridays in June, 6/13, 17, 17, 6/27 is a 17, June, J10, it's also one. First Friday in July, 7/4 to 9/11, right? D-Day. Because what's 5 days from that? Tariff Day. Odd. Also the same day that David Swan paid off the national debt of the Revolutionary War. Funny he had Revolutionary War soldiers marching this year. So, I need the other page real quick. This one. We are going to go to June 28th. All right. Big day because it's the 179th day of the year. That's just 17 right there. Right? Because remember, they said the next day falls on 27th, 28th, right? On their Sabbath, Black Sabbath. So, going through this, you love this. The Sigma Chi fraternity is founded in North America. Remember we talked about these frats, right? International fraternity, 244 active undergraduate chapters, 152 alumni chapters across the United States, Canada. But it's by Miami University in Oxford, Ohio, which Miami University is one of the main hubs of all these secret societies. Now, thing is, like the blue and gold travel services, I think we know where this is going, right? The blue and gold, right? Thing is, you don't see any of the symbolism, right? You see a big Jerusalem cross, you're like, okay, cool, you know, it's something good, right? But what if that's the Iron Cross, right? I mean, you can't say that that's not the Ukrainian flag, is it? But Huntsman Cancer Institute, yeah, philanthropy, of course. Children's Miracle Network, yeah. Their nicknames, Sig and Sigs. Cute. Then headquarters in Evanston, you know, where they gave the $400,000 to all the blacks because of reparations. But thing is, okay, so Sigma Chi member and all that, but symbolism will be their downfall, correct? Oh, we just got to scroll down here a little bit, and we're about to see some symbolism now. Sorry, guys. So, the seal. Seals are wonderful creatures, right? Circular. Outer edge of Sigma Chi fraternity, and at the bottom are the numbers 1855. In the middle lies 7 stars and 7-branched candlestick. Just call it a menorah and call it a day. In this sign, thou shalt conquer. What's in the sign, you say? Well, they have the eagle's head holding the key and everything like that, but in this sign, it's a seal, but it's still a sign. Thou shalt conquer. So please spare me with the bullshit that it is all that. Okay. And back to that. So, 1870. The U.S. Congress establishes the first federal holidays: New Year's Day, July 4th, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. Remember when Trump said that, oh, there's way too many holidays, right? Right there, right? Because in 1894, Labor Day becomes an official U.S. holiday, which Labor Day is a communist holiday. In 1902, U.S. Congress passes the Spooner Act, authorizing President Theodore Roosevelt to acquire rights from Colombia for the Panama Canal. Why wouldn't you ask, Panama? Odd, right? 1914. Remember 11/11/18 would be the parade like no other? Well, when did it start? It started on June 28th. Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria and his wife Sophie are assassinated in Sarajevo. That's the cause of World War I. Same day, 5 years later, 5/5, the Treaty of Versailles is signed, and the state of war between Germany and the allies of World War I. Yeah, they didn't get screwed at all. Not at all, right? Then, going here a little bit. 1964, Malcolm X forms the Organization of Afro-American Unity. Communist, Marxist. And then 5 years from that, Stonewall riots begin in New York City, marking the start of the gay rights movement. So, the Stonewall riots is what started LGBTQ+. Cute. Always in New York. Wonder why? I think we know why. Let's see. Remember when Trump got his ear shot? Guess what happened on that day in 97? That's when Tyson bit off Evander Holyfield's ear. I think it was the same side too. Not sure, but I think it was. You only get 2 ears. So, terrorist attack in Turkey's Istanbul Atatürk Airport. Notice, when did everything start? After Israel was created, then you see all this terrorism. Civilian population is targeted for chemical attack when Iraqi warplanes bombed the Iranian town of Sardasit. Are we sure that it was Iran or Iraq? Because remember, they're supposed to have all these weapons of mass destruction, all these chemicals. But yet, they didn't have any. 2001, Slobodan Milosevic is extradited to The Hague to stand trial. 2004, sovereign power is handed the interim government of Iraq by the Coalition Provisional Authority and then the U.S.-led rule of that nation. Anybody else want to laugh about that? I do. Ha, yeah, right. 2012, United States Supreme Court upholds the constitutionality of the Affordable Care Act's individual mandate in the National Federation of Independent Businesses versus Celebus. I think that's Kathleen Celebus. Because that's one of the bitches that worked with Obama. Cute, right? So that's right in the thing, right? Because we talk about weeks, right? So yesterday, 6/21, Trump said he hit all these Iranian nuclear spots, and he's like, now we need peace. Let me see. I think I do have it. But I think a lot of this has to do with the calculation of days. Because from 10/7/23, the whole Gaza thing, 6/27/2025, which would be 6/27 here, be 6/28 over there. It's that nighttime, right? 629 days, which is a 17. Now, if you go to the next day, what do you have? Look, 89 weeks and 6 days. 17, 6, 23. right? 336, 172, that's a 10. 1 plus 0 plus 3 plus 3 is a 7. You don't say, huh? 20 months, 20 days. Because the next day would be 630 days. Kind of like the timestamp that he did. 603 on the holidays. Right here. Right there. So also, because Trump said, hey, you know what? We hit these spots. They're done. They sent the bombers home and everything like that. They're like, okay, you guys make peace, right? But what's Israel going to do? They're going to push that button. They're going to keep on going after Iran. Who said that we bombed Iran? I mean, Trump did, but did we? Because all this infighting, everything that they're doing, it's all for show. Because Tulsi, they're like, hey, we've seen that there's absolutely zero chance that Iran has ever made a nuclear weapon, has ever tried to make a nuclear weapon, or anything like that. Ain't happening. So, shit. I'm gonna have to find this video because there's a hustle bitch one. Guys, oh my god, we found the dead cat bounce. I just kind of stunned. Oh, here it is. Okay, saw this. Lawfare. Convicted murderer and gang member admitted under Biden is now shielded from deportation after receiving protective status through the DCAT program. One of Biden's final acts in December of 2024. DCAT bounce? Throwing him out? Because how is that one of Biden's final acts in December 2024 when in fact, in 2022, it was July 15th, I believe. 2022 was technically the last executive order that they said Biden signed officially. Because how many days was Biden in office before they started using the auto pen? 5 days. 5 days they were already using the auto pen. Cute, right? Then we've got a problem with St. Louis and these fags. And we're gonna start calling what they are, right? Because remember, they wanted, we just want, the same rights. Look what they did to the American flag. They faded into the gay flag. They got the pedophile flag here. Yeah, we're supportive of pedophiles. Mexican fag flag. Because, I mean, Shine Bomb, that's what they're doing. God, they're constantly just pushing. That's all they're doing. And when they say that August is usually a hot month, well, I want to disagree with this. Because right now, we are in the devil's asshole in the Midwest. I mean, it is hot. So right there, that's pretty hot. But what's the cure for heat? Ice. Right? I think that's what I go for. And remember what Trump was talking about? $1.87, all this 187. Well, the conception of wireless power transmission, WPT, has been a popular goal since the days of Nikola Tesla, who in 1901 began constructing the Wardenclyffe Tower on Long Island, New York, a 187-foot structure intended to be the first node in a world wireless system that would beam power around the globe. Yet technical challenges meant that funding for the project initially provided by financier JP Morgan dried up, leaving Tesla's vision unrealized. It's funny how they could bend these waves over a curved surface too, huh? Just saying. I mean, nothing to see here. Right? Right. Then, this. California, you guys just... California is expanding its state-funded California Food Assistance Program to include undocumented immigrants, illegal aliens, age 55 and older starting in 2027. They won't be here. This means they'll be eligible to receive food assistance estimated around $165 to $200 per month. The program is separate from federal food stamps and is fully paid for by the California taxpayers. Anybody got something to say about that? I mean, I'd be pretty pissed off about that. I'd be. Let's see. Right. Here. We've got some serious stuff to get through. Ooh. Let's see. One second, guys. Oh. We're bouncing around just a little bit, but yeah, this one's. Okay, this one is hilarious. I mean, I'm not kidding, because when we get to the numbers, we're going to be going over the numbers. Because when you see the numbers, you'll know exactly where this is going.
Demanding that Donald Trump reimburse LA for all the damages that went on in during the LA riots. Because let's be honest, like we all know that with everything that went on, it's gonna cost millions of dollars to fix everything up, right? The graffiti, paying for law enforcement, everything to bring things back to the way it was. So we know it's gonna cost a lot of money. And you got a bunch of Democrats that's saying, you know what, Donald Trump, you need to foot that bill. So before I show that response, I'm gonna run a clip on the news that shows how much everything is just gonna cost. So I'll play that first, and then I'll get to the Democrats.
The numerous protests against ICE raids and the No King's Day event have cost the city of Los Angeles millions of dollars. The city recently balanced its budget after facing a roughly $1 billion deficit.
And Eyewitness News investigative reporter Kevin Ozebek is here with the numbers as 7 on your side investigates the cost. Kevin?
Well, David and Giovanna, with thousands of officers working overtime and some agitators turning destructive, we knew there was going to be a huge cost to you, the taxpayer. And now we have the numbers. These huge protests have cost the city a whopping $19.7 million. That's according to the city's administrative officer. Now, much of that $19.7 million is coming from the LAPD at nearly $17 million. We're going to break down this number a little bit further in just a few seconds. But we can also see the response from...
Okay, 16.9, that's a 16, which is a 7. 1.2, there's your 3.0. 593, we know that is a 17. 523, 209, that is it's 11... 21. So 523-209 is a 21, and 85712 is your 23 pain.
LAFD has cost $1.2 million. There's been nearly $600,000 in damage to city buildings. The street cleaning for city streets has cost over $500,000, and there's been at least $85,000 in graffiti cleanup, but we are told that number is going to climb. So let's kind of hone in on that LAPD number of nearly $17 million. The vast majority of that, more than $11 million, is just because of officer overtime. The city administrator officer says on Saturday during those huge protests, nearly every single LAPD officer was working, so as you can imagine, the OT was just racking up. There's also been $240,000 in vehicle damage to LAPD cruisers. The city administrative officer, Matt Zabo, tells 7 on Your Sides that these are extraordinary events with, of course, now an extraordinary cost.
It's certainly not sustainable. It's critical, and as the mayor and members of the council have said, the city will maintain public safety, but this level of extraordinary deployment is very expensive. Every day that we need to have this deployment, it's costing the taxpayers millions.
Now, as for the...
Of course, it's going to cost taxpayers millions. Like, who do you think is going to pay for this stuff, right? And the crazy thing is, all of this could have been avoided, right? If you just let Donald Trump and ICE, do their thing, right, and assisted with with the roundups, with illegal immigrants, this could have been avoided. However, you guys, especially people on the left, Democrats, they incentivize people in their states to do these things, right? To go against law enforcement, right? When they're not getting their way, what do? They commit violence, right? They cause riots, they destroy things, right? Like crazy people. So Democrats. The fact that you're saying that, the fact that you're talking about, you see these numbers and things that, the money's coming up, running up like that, of course it's going to cost money, right? And you guys need to pay for it. That's what happens when you when people when you incentivize people to destroy things the way they do. Okay. But you could have just avoided all this had you just assisted ICE and then doing their job. So now let's hear what, these Democrats have to say.
I am demanding full accountability and reimbursement for the local costs incurred, including injuries to local officers and damages caused by the chaos unleashed when the Trump administration recklessly deployed the military and ICE agents into our communities. They are the ones who created this unrest, and they are the ones that need to foot the bill. I am demanding.
Yeah, so you heard that, right? Like, let's be honest, like y'all you think Donald Trump gonna pay for that? Nah, he's not gonna pay for that, right? Y'all gonna have to deal with that, right? Use your little rainy day fund, your emergency fund, whatever you got in order to make sure you pay for that, because this is your responsibility, right? It's your responsibility, right? The fact that you had, the fact that all of this could have been avoided, just had ICE done his job, but no, you wanted to resist, right? You wanted the people to fight back. And what do you think when you incentivize people to do that, what do you think is going to happen? They're going to cause a lot of destruction. And this is what the left likes to do. We all know when it comes to Democrats not getting their way, we see the way they act, right? They're the ones always causing riots, right? They're always the ones, breaking stuff up. They're always the ones robbing stuff, stealing. They do all these type of things. They're breaking into stores. You see what California is. You incentivize crime in your state. So there's no surprise that you see a lot of people doing the things that they did with the riots and stuff like that. Especially a bunch of these liberals where they just like to go out and just cause a whole bunch of damage. When they don't get their way, what do? They got to riot and break stuff up, breaking stuff up in their own community, which makes absolutely no sense because you're going to have to pay for that, right? You just see that when it comes to Democrat policies, it's always leading to just more crime, right? Vandalism, right? And you go into these cities and these states and you just see how much violence they have over there, how much drug problems they have, homelessness. Like why don't you clean all this stuff up? Because you don't want to. You love it, right? Keeps you in power. And you think and then you racking up $20 million of costs of damages, and you're trying to say Donald Trump needs to foot that bill. Nah, you got to take care of that. That's your responsibility. That's your fault. Right now, you could easily let ICE just run up in there and then do what they had to do, and then this problem could have been avoided. But nope, you want to get the people riled up, right? You want to get the people all emotional. Say, you know what? Let's go against federal government. Okay, let's not allow them to do their job. And you got so many Democrats. I forgot what's her name. I forgot her name. But they incite the people to commit violence and say we need to fight back. When you use this kind of rhetoric, what do you think people are going to do? They're going to fight back any way they can. And then you got this no kings thing where, you got people, protesting all across the country, right? And you see what kind of mess that made in some of these states where, you got people committing violence, you got people getting run over. Like, what do you think you're going to do? Like, you're incentivizing people to do this, act and behave in a way where it's going to cause, fights and violence. And you guys are accepting this. Like, this is okay with, like, you don't see any Democrats disavowing this type of behavior because they're okay with it. They understand, like, their voters, this is what their voters do. And they incite these type of actions. And then when there's a whole bunch of damage going on, then they try to blame Trump because they blame Trump for everything. Trump is the reason for everything that's wrong that's going on in their states and their cities, right? Like it's Trump's fault. There's no accountability when it comes to a lot of these Democrats, right? It's so easy for them to just say, you know what, it's Trump's fault. It's Trump's fault for why things are going on. If he just didn't do anything, none of this would have happened. When in reality, if you were more strict when it comes to when it comes to people committing crimes, then you wouldn't get this type of behavior. If you actually locked criminals up, right? then people would know. If you didn't allow people to, as long as they still less than $900, it's not a crime, or it's not a felony or whatever, right? You allow this behavior to happen. Therefore, people say, okay, you know what? This is LA, where we can do this. Nothing's going to happen, right? But under Trump's watch, you know, if Trump had his way, he'd lock up all these people. But of course, when you got a Democrat state like, you know, California, where they incentivize this behavior, they allow this stuff to happen. So look at y'all got to foot the bill, $20 million and at least $20 million and counting. After everything is added up, that's y'all issue. Figure it out. So those are my thoughts. Make sure you leave a comment down below, hit the like button, share, and if you haven't done so already, make sure to subscribe. So guys, take care. Have a good one. Later.
So why is that so big? Remember when good old Newsom came out and said, "Oh, they should implement the Marshall Plan." No, we're not paying for your bullshit. I ain't doing it. Not at all. Nope. Bye-bye. I'm going to put this one in the chat. We're not going to play it because, well, it's 2 hours long. Oh, shit. I fucked that up. Sorry, guys. Hold on. So the video I just put in there, it's 2 hours long. It's 2 hours long. What Israel does to Christians. Yeah. I'm about 48 minutes into it because, I mean, it just popped up it came out 4 days ago, but popped up this morning on mine. So, yeah, that one's a good one. 48 minutes in, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Let's see. And... second here. Oh.
Hey, internet friends, put away your...
Oh, hold on. So this one is by Really Graceful. She's actually really, really awesome. Oh. We got to what Jews do to Christians. Isn't it funny that the Jews tax the hell out of all the churches over there except the synagogues? Funny how that works, right? But this video, it's 20 minutes long, but it's what the media won't tell you about Iran. You mean Persian Empire. That's why Trump's not... He's like, yeah, we did it. But also, the funny thing is that when Trump was sitting in the Situation Room, he was wearing a hat, right? And he was wearing the Make America Great Again hat with 4547 down the side, which is your 9/11. But when he came out to address the people, which we do have, which will show, he's not wearing a hat. Why? We know why. They didn't hit Iran. They said they hit Iran. It's all theater, right? Hey, we hit it. That's it. Game over. Done. But like I said, we'll go over that here in a little bit because there's a lot to go over there.
Anti-immigration riot decorations, it's wars and rumors of war season again. That's right, for the last several decades, U.S. citizens have been told by the mainstream media that Iran is a threat to our lives and our freedom. We've been told by our politicians that Iranian children are taught to chant "Death to America," and that Iranians are the #1 exporter of terror. Like clockwork, every single year, we've repeatedly been told Iran is only 2 weeks away from manufacturing nukes. Just 2 more weeks, y'all. Yeehaw! So why now? Why is the focus on Iran right now? Well, I think I've given you enough time. Do you have your decorations up yet? We're going to start this party off right with a clip from U.S. General Wesley Clark in 2007, who revealed that shortly after 9/11, he saw a Pentagon memo detailing the plan to overthrow the governments of 7 countries in 5 years: Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Iran. So let's take a look, shall we?
About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who used to work for me, and one of the generals called me and he said, "Sir, you got a come in, you got to come in and talk to me a second. I said, well, you're too busy. He said, no. He says, we've made the decision we're going to war with Iraq. This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, we're going to war with Iraq. Why? He said, I don't know. He said, I guess they don't know what else to do. So I said, well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda? He said, no. He says, there's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq. He said, I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we've got a good military and we can take down governments. And he said, I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail. So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, are we still going to war with Iraq? And he said, oh, it's worse than that. He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, and he said, I just got this down from upstairs, meaning the Secretary of Defense office today, and he said, this is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran.
Basically, this guy states that the Pentagon plan wasn't about terrorism, but about asserting U.S. control over strategic regions. And while it's obvious that this exact timeline wasn't exactly followed, many of these countries have since faced U.S.-backed interventions, regime change efforts, or just have been completely destabilized. Let's go back to June 13th, 2025, when Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a preemptive strike on Iran's nuclear facilities, military leaders, and infrastructure. Israeli intelligence claimed that Iran had amassed enough enriched uranium to produce up to 15 nuclear weapons within days. And Israel claimed that they were striking Iran on behalf of the rest of the free world, including U.S. citizens. Really taking one for the team. We really owe them. By the way, what is a preemptive strike? What in the George W. Bush terminology is that?
Those weapons of mass destruction got to be somewhere. Nope, no weapons over there. Maybe under here.
After attacking Iran, Israel immediately declared a state of emergency, then acted shocked and surprised when Iran retaliated with missile attacks. And they've been going back and forth every night ever since. Now, the U.S. military is getting served lobster and steak, which is a deployment indicator. Because everyone knows that surf and turf really boosts morale before you go and die for more forever wars. By the way, I'm not anti-U.S. military at all. I'm sorry if you got served surf and turf and are watching this. Yesterday, Trump said he's going to take the next 2 weeks to decide whether or not he's going to get the U.S. directly involved. I thought Congress votes on that. But anyway, the U.S. is directly involved anyway, since so many of our tax dollars go to Israel, where they have free healthcare. And the majority of our politicians get hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars from the Israeli lobby, otherwise known as AIPAC. Lobby for what, I wonder? What are we lobbying for? Well, I guess we're about to find out, y'all.
If you take away the Soviet Union and its chief proxy, the PLO, international terrorism would collapse.
If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region. Obviously, we'd like to see a regime change, at least I would, in Iran, just as I would like to see in Iraq. The question now is a practical question. What is the best place to proceed? It's not a question of whether Iraq's regime should be taken out, but when should it be taken out? It's not a question of whether you'd like to see a regime change in Iran, but how do it...
Are there any other nations that you would recommend that the United States launch preemptive attacks upon at this point?
The answer is categorically yes. The 2 nations that are vying, competing with each other, who will be the first to achieve nuclear weapons, is Iraq and Iran. But a 3rd nation, by the way, is Libya as well. Libya is trying very rapidly to build an atomic bomb capability. So you have here now 3 nations.
All stand together to stop Iran's march of conquest, subjugation, and terror. I know that no matter on which side of the aisle you sit, you stand with Israel.
Now, here's the thing about this, right? So if they didn't take the AIPAC money, right? Here's the problem with this, is that they'd have Democrats in there. So you think these guys knew about the Samson option? I do believe so. They're playing the long game. isn't it a damn shame that both sides in 2015 they'll stand up and cheer for, you know, a murderous fucking demon, but they all sit for, I don't know, kids with cancer, mothers that lost their children. You've got to be kidding me.
So why Iran? I feel like the manufacturing of consent on getting Americans to go into the same war over and over is really enhanced by the fact that Iran is in a place in which most of us will never step foot. I don't know about you, but I'm personally never taking my family summer vacation to Iran or Iraq or Afghanistan. Americans just don't have any roots there. We don't identify with the people or their culture. We're programmed by public school and media to dislike these folks anyway. And we don't see the realities of war and destruction on our daily commute to our 9 to 5, so it's whatever. It's not like we're even taught the real history of these places. Persia, now modern-day Iran, was once a great empire, an unbelievable force in culture, language, math, innovation, which happened to sit atop a wealth of natural resources. For the purposes of this section, we're talking black gold, or oil. Our fates are just as intertwined as our histories. And the once great empire of Persia was plundered by another once great empire, the British Empire. At the turn of the century, the Brits decided to make the Iranian oil fields their playground, and the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company was created in 1908. As a result, the British Navy switched from powering their ships with coal to powering their ships with oil. So Gog and Magog, Britain's been there for over a century, getting rich and benefiting from Persian oil. And PSA, this is not me hounding on colonialism or making a moral judgment, just telling you how things are and the reality of what has taken place. And it's always important to give this context to remember that after the fall of the Ottoman Empire, with the Sykes-Picot Treaty in 1916, Great Britain and France divided the Middle Eastern territories under the former Ottoman Empire as they saw fit, basically just willy-nilly. Disregarding, who believed what, who's fighting who, like cultural differences, they didn't care. Shaping Middle Eastern borders and overall adding to tensions that we still to this day feel the reverberations of. Keep in mind that Rothschild Island, Israel, Iran's neighbor, was promised to the Rothschild family in their Zionist movement in 1917 by the British through the Balfour Declaration. And putting a bunch of Jewish Europeans in the Middle East after World War II really didn't do anything to ease these already existing tensions and instability, especially since people were already living in Palestine and got booted out because they weren't considered God's chosen people. Because European Zionists believe they are Bible Jews and the surrounding swarthy Middle Eastern people are not. Okay? The problem is, just being objective, Israel wasn't the greatest place to give away because they don't have much in the way of crude oil reserves or fresh water or timber or land that can be used to grow varied crops. Plus, Israel is the size of New Jersey. Comparatively, Iran is 75 times bigger than Israel. Iran borders Afghanistan, Iraq, the Caspian Sea, the Persian Gulf. Essentially, Iran controls the region's energy and trade routes due to its strategic position. The oil stopped flowing to Great Britain in 1951 when Iranians elected Mossadegh, who was a secular leader who wanted to nationalize and take back Iran's oil. The UK and the USA, as exposed by these released declassified files, admitted to overthrowing Iran's democratically elected leadership in 1953 when they staged a coup. So Western interests could get control over the oil once more to rebuild their economies in the aftermath of World War II. But when the Brits came back, they changed the name of the oil company from Anglo-Iranian Oil to British Petroleum, or BP. So now we're pretty much caught up on what is not normally covered when we're talking about this conflict, and this is where American public school education likes to start the talking points. In 1979. The Iranian Revolution was taking place and the CIA had their hands all over everything, just like they've done with the color revolutions over the last several decades. The CIA is just this ever-present subversive force, financing and arming jihadists in the Middle East, particularly Afghanistan at this time through Operation Cyclone. Anyway, the Iranian Revolution was taking place at this time, yielding several results. A new supreme leader, a new constitution for the Islamic Republic of Iran, the 1979 oil crisis, the beginning of the Iran-Iraq War, which Iraq initially started, and of course,
Operation Cyclone, CIA's covert program to arm the Mujahideen. The Afghanistan war, the one that Obama was entrenched in.
There's the Iranian hostage crisis. Iconic. The crisis occurred when a group of Iranian students who supported the revolution took over the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, and they took 52 Americans hostage. The hostages weren't released until 444 days later on the inauguration day of President Ronald Reagan. And basically, the U.S. promised Iran that they wouldn't meddle in Iranian affairs anymore. We promise, but our fingers are crossed behind our backs. And they lifted the trade sanctions so that they got the hostages back, essentially. So just to summarize, Persia was once a great empire, and Great Britain basically raided all the oil fields until they were told to leave. The Industrial Revolution changed everything for the Middle East because it became a source of the world's oil, and destabilization in the region had been building since the fall of the Ottoman Empire. But all of that chaos and destabilization was compounded by the Sykes-Picot Treaty, the Balfour Declaration, and the State of Israel. Whenever Iran tried to take their oil fields back, the leadership was ousted by the CIA, after which British Petroleum moved back to plunder the fields. Iran once had a secular government, but the Iranian Revolution installed the Islamic Republic of Iran, with more top-down control over its people. Religion, of course, can be used to control large swaths of people. This marked a shift in Iranian culture. But it's dishonest to portray Iran as the sole aggressor or terrorist state that the American people have been inherently fearful of. When honestly, when you put it all in perspective, Iranians have put up with a lot for over a century. And they haven't started a war themselves in several centuries. They just respond when they're hit. Remember, Americans have also been dubbed terrorists by the British government not too long ago during the American Revolution. The boogeyman is convenient, it's ever-changing, but war is always the same. The pattern at large here for the last 100 years is to destabilize a region and install a puppet which can be controlled by whatever you want to call it, Western interests, the New World Order, Zog, whatever. Ever since the Iranian Revolution, the American media has told us that Iran is 2 weeks away from building nukes all the time, every single year.
It will take Iran about 12 months to enrich enough nuclear material for a single nuclear weapon.
United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken is warning that Iran is potentially just months away or less from nuclear breakpoint.
Iran is 2 months away from a nuclear weapon, and it's a victory to get them 1 year away?
Iran could be less than a month away from building a nuclear weapon. Netanyahu has made 2 tough-talking TV appearances, saying that Iran is just months away from making a nuclear bomb.
What is important to understand is that you have to dismantle the entire terror empire, and especially before its main practitioners, the terror states of Iran and Iraq, acquire nuclear weapons. And this, I think, has been a wake-up call from hell. It is telling us, you have the power now to act.
And we're told that in addition to having nukes, as if that wasn't bad enough, they chant death to America and dislike our greatest ally in the Middle East, Israel, who buys and blackmails most of our politicians. Iran sits on the 4th largest.
So what if it isn't the Iranian people chanting death to America? What if it's the Mujahideen de Khalek, Mech, and Israel's fucking taunting it, saying, oh yeah, we need to go over there. Why in 9/11, 2001, do you just go out and say, oh, it's Iran and Iraq, before anything was even mentioned, even though they did it?
Oil reserves in the world and the 2nd largest natural gas supply after Russia. Iran officially announced the discovery of significant lithium deposits in March of 2023. And of course, it's like lithium is the new oil because lithium is critical for batteries and electric vehicles and energy storage and electronics. It goes on and on. They actually built this huge, disgusting battery plant near me just outside of Cartersville. It's very bleak and dystopian. But anyway, beyond resources, Iran's geography is a strategic asset for military basing or pipeline routes. And as of the current year, 9 countries, the United States, Russia, United Kingdom, France, China, India, Pakistan, Israel, and North Korea have verified nuclear weapons. Take all of what I just said with a grain of salt because I'm just reporting on what has been reported.
Israel's more than 90.
Does not have verified nuclear weapons or a stockpile of them like the aforementioned countries do. But they do have a nuclear program that dates back to the 1950s. And there are all these recent reports that Iran has hordes of enriched uranium with the capability to make a nuke. So what's being implied by all these headlines and the MSM is that if Iran has the incentive, if they hate America enough, if they chant death to America enough, and they have all the resources to make a nuke, they have the incentive. They probably will make one. And we should all be afraid. We should be really afraid. In fact, we should intervene. Don't you want that? Personally, I think the whole nukes thing is based in a lot of boogeyman fear. I have a nuke, so if you bother me, I'll nuke you, so don't mess with me, okay? If I were a country who didn't have a nuke, I would be saying I did, just so the CIA wouldn't burst in to subvert my entire civilization. But that's just me, and remember, I'm a ginger, so I err on the side of very aggressive. Every time tensions with Iran rise, so do the stock prices of U.S. defense contractors. Raytheon, Lockheed Martin. Fear is a moneymaker. And a war with Iran would be a gold mine. In 2015, Iran and the UN and the EU got together to form the Iranian nuclear deal to limit Iranian nuclear activities so the world could have peace. This whole nuclear deal is defunct because Trump pulled out in 2018 and Iranians reportedly exceeded the limits of what they could and couldn't do. Is it not weird that Pakistan gets nukes and Israel gets nukes and North Korea gets nukes, if we're to believe all this theater in the script, but Iran doesn't? Israel has nukes, doesn't disclose them, and isn't compliant with the international standards of having their warhead. So they're in direct violation of UN rules, but somehow the United States taxpayer funds their country. Also, I'm Americans first, not the American government, so I'm not beholden to this sort of circular argument or propagandized talking points. So why wouldn't Iran want to expand its weapons programs? Like, doesn't every country want to expand its weapons programs so it can, I don't know, stay a country and not get conquered? All of Iran's neighbors have fallen in recent years, like Iraq and Syria. These countries dropped the petrodollar, and as a result, all hell was unleashed on these countries. Look at Gaddafi. I need you on your keyboard to answer this question if you're American. If you had inherited your grandpa's stash of Confederate gold, the missing Confederate gold, and everyone sort of knew about it, and they knew you were sitting on top of this pile of gold, wouldn't you want a gun so you could sit there and protect what's yours? If you have no means to protect what's yours, somebody's just going to come up and take it and probably slap you across the face and make you say thank you. So like I said at the beginning of this video, Israel attacked Iran, sorry, my geopolitical voice is failing me, on June 13th as a preemptive strike to allegedly halt Iran's advancing nuclear program and assert dominance in the region. Because Israel thinks it's backed by the West, and it is to an extent by Western politicians because it's documented that they've lobbied for their support. Israel states that they're doing the West a favor by wounding Iran, targeting their nuclear sites and military leaders. But since Iran is aligned with Russia and China, among other BRICS countries, or countries who seek to exchange oil and other currency or form of trade besides the petrodollar, it's looking like they're instigating a bigger war. Some have said World War III. Israel and the West have been successful at framing this conflict like Iran started it. They threw the first rock sort of thing, but in fact, on paper, they did not. I can't just go smack my neighbor and then turn around and tell you all to pray for me and my family because we're under attack. Trump says he's still deciding if the U.S. is going to be directly involved in war, like boots on the ground. There are reports of warships being staged presently. Like I've said for years, Iran, it's nothing personal. The real issue is that our British-turned-American empire operates off of paper money backed by nothing, not gold or silver or anything. Its value resides in the confidence to exchange it for goods and services and oil sales. And when the oil sales are no longer done in dollars and the Federal Reserve resumes printing the dollar at an unprecedented rate, that means the empire is not long for this world. We got to have war to sustain ourselves in these 750 military bases across 80 countries. Israel has to have war to expand to the greater Israel, the territory of their neighbors, because they ain't got nothing going. They ain't got nothing going on to sustain themselves or fulfill their Talmudic goals, their manifest destiny. Because at the end of the day, you can't power machinery, you can't feed people with Epstein-style political blackmail, digging nefarious tunnels under New York. You just can't. You don't feed people that way. You gotta have water. You gotta have some kind of natural resource. You gotta expand. I wish it wasn't that way, but it is. What do you think, internet friends? I always look forward to your comments. Thank you so much for watching, for subscribing, for supporting my channel on Patreon, for buying my book, The Deep State Encyclopedia. And until next time, I'll talk to you.
All right. So from the previous video, the one we watched about the 1,000 years, right? So this Babylonian money magic, right? What do they need? They need human sacrifices. So by saying these are all banker wars, and who are they sacrificing? Well, the best that you have. So now what do you have? You have a lessened gene pool because you're getting all the pure whites because mainly, I mean, the military is mainly white. It is. That's just what it is. I mean, these people are just deranged to a level that I think we have yet to see. But yeah, we got some other good ones here. This one's great too. All right, we're going back to our chick, Karlin Borysenko, because remember I was talking about like infiltration over invasion. What if you really don't even have to infiltrate? What if all their stuff's out in the open? This is how stupid they are. I mean, stupidity beyond stupidity.
Biggest news. The biggest news that I have is that on Friday night, accidentally, and this legitimately this was a complete accident. I did not plan this in any way. Here's what happened. Victor and I went down to Boston on Friday night. And the plan was we were going to get into the hotel and we were going to go out to dinner. Okay? And so our hotel happened to be right on the Boston Common. And so I was kind of like, Victor, I wonder if there's any pre-Pride stuff on the Boston Common. Because there's always, if you've ever been to Boston, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on the Boston Common all the time. And I was like, why don't we're literally walking right by the Boston Garden, or not the garden, the common. If I'm saying the garden, I mean the common. So we're walking right by the Boston Common, and I'm like, why don't we just walk through and see if anything's happening? Well, there was something happening on the Boston Common, and now would be the opportune time to say, I was not wearing any disguise. And this is probably, do not ever do what I'm about to tell you, okay? Because I really, for all intents and purposes, should have gotten the shit kicked out of me on Friday. Because I wasn't wearing any disguise. Because I wasn't expecting to, like, impromptu go undercover with Antifa on Friday, okay? So I kind of looked like, pretty much like I look now. And I was like, you know, my saving grace, you know, it's funny. Andrew Wilson's fans have been coming into my comments on YouTube and they're like, why would Andrew Wilson even talk to you? You are a small time YouTuber and no one watches your stuff. And I'm kind of like, you know what? Do you know what? Like, I don't want to be famous like Andrew Wilson in any way. Do you want to know why? Because I fly just enough under the radar where it is actually possible for me to go to leftist things and not have them recognize me. I got a few side eyes from some people and I was really nervous about it. And Victor was with me, but I saw that there was basically what I encountered on the Boston Common on Friday was basically a queer Marxist convention of sorts. Now, queer Marxism is a topic we cover a lot on the channel. Queer Marxism is like, if you think the Pride stuff is crazy, queer Marxism is like next level fuck off insanity compared to the Pride stuff. On a scale of 1 to 10, the Pride parade that I saw was maybe a 5 today, and Boston had a giant Pride parade. But on a scale of 1 to 10, if I'm looking at like a Pride parade, The crazy factor is somewhere around a 5 for me, maybe a 6. The queer Marxism stuff is at a 10, okay? So this is the most dystopian ideology on the left by far, and I happened to run in to a giant queer Marxist convention, and that convention was called the Boston Dyke March. And you'll see up here in the icon, it's the upside down pink triangle. The upside down pink triangle is the sign for queer Marxism. This is the sign for extreme anarcho-communism. I didn't know what I ran into until later. I researched all this last night after all this happened. Check out what the Boston Dyke March says on its homepage. The Boston Dyke March believes in anti-capitalist, intersectional, gender liberation and welcomes all who feel the same. And they tried to make me wear a mask, and I really didn't want to. We are committed to queer liberation, anti-capitalism, intersectional gender liberation, community, grassroots organizing. This is what I accidentally ran into on the Boston Common without realizing that it was even happening. And so I just started walking around the tables.
On a Friday the 13th, no less. Yeah, satanic.
At this thing, and by the way, I do have a full list of the places that had a table at this thing. We need to research all of these places. I walked around to most of these tables. I'm going to put this in the chat for you, Reagan. I have archived this already. So if the Boston Dyke March takes this page down, I have already archived this page. So too bad, so sad for them. They wanted me to wear a mask, and they tried to get Victor and I to wear masks, and we didn't want to. So they just kept like handing us masks, and we were like, okay, thank you. Anyway.
Notice the names of the streets. Leslie Feinberg Lane, Dyking Way, Solidarity Circle, Rita Hester, probably another Jew.
Look at all these booths. This is all queer Marxist stuff. Every single one of these vendors was extremely far left, radical, queer Marxist. I saw porn at this thing. I saw queer porn. There were so many men with hair all over their bodies dressed as women. There were so many women also with hair all over their bodies dressed as men. It was like, I cannot even tell you guys the insanity. And again, I wasn't wearing a disguise, so I was a little bit afraid of this. So I'm walking around and I'm getting all this literature and I'm just looking and seeing what's there. And then all of a sudden, I see literal Antifa has a giant table at this event. Literal Antifa. So one of the challenges with Antifa is Antifa doesn't call themselves Antifa, okay? I mean, I guess some of them do. You've got Rose City Antifa in Portland, but the vast majority of Antifa groups around the country don't actually call themselves Antifa. So I can't Google Boston Antifa and find out where the Antifa group is. They're called something completely different, okay? That has nothing to do with Antifa. It's not in the title of what they're called. But now I know what they're called. And now I know what their website is. And I'm not saying that people in my community have been on that website for the past day, downloading all the digital propaganda they have on that website, because I don't I'm just saying that we have a massive archive of this stuff in a Discord. And I'm just saying that maybe people in my community have been on their website for the last day, maybe downloading all the digital propaganda they have on their website so that I could come on the internet tonight and tell you guys I have their website. There is a ton of digital propaganda. It's not even just the print propaganda. They had a giant fuck off library of digital propaganda on their website, stuff I haven't seen before. And I've been looking at zines and propaganda from the far left for years, and they had stuff that I have not seen before that is much more extreme. Oh yeah, we got it all downloaded. We got all their stuff already downloaded, so it doesn't matter if they take it down because we already got all their stuff archived. Oh, too bad, so sad. Too bad, so sad. No, this is, well, some of this stuff is Crime Think, but this is not Crime Think. This is Boston Antifa. And I'm not going to say the name of the organization. I'm not going to say what it is because I know it and that's really all that matters to me. So I want to show you guys some of the stuff I got. Hang on. And tonight is just going to be a little preview, okay? I am going to be releasing this stuff. I'm going to be talking about it quite a bit. There is a giant amount of stuff. This is my Antifa propaganda pile. That's not even all the stuff I got from this trip. I've got other stuff too. But this is my Antifa propaganda pile. This is a massive, massive, massive amount of propaganda to collect from one organization. And I've been going undercover at leftist events for years. This is a massive amount of propaganda to collect in one trip. Let me just show you some of the things that are in this pile. Rent, an injustice. Oh, you guys are going to love this one. Decolonize means attack. Isn't that nice and clear for us about what they mean when they say decolonized? This is some pamphlet about anxiety. It says, we are all very anxious. 6 theses on anxiety and why it is effectively preventing militancy. Oh, this is about getting over your anxiety so you can become a more militant anarchist with Antifa. Burning the bridges they are building, anarchist strategies against the police in Puget Sound, winter 2011. This is like an after-action report of strategies that Antifa will use to attack the police. Shattering abolition against reformist counterinsurgency in Oakland streets. This has to do with prison abolition. Flowers will emerge from the desert. What's this about? Interviews and communiques with Sudanese anarchists. Oh, you guys are going to love this.
Now, remember all those people from Sudan and all them, they let all them in. They let all these communists in. That's what they did.
The continuing appeal of nationalism. So this is going to be all about how nationalism really means fascism. That's what that's going to be about. Actually, this is how I knew it was absolutely Antifa, by the way. Antifa's publishing arm just put this pamphlet on their website the other day, and they had it printed off and were at their booth. Oh, check this out. You guys are going to love this. There are so many goodies in this. Process-centered love. Dismantling capitalist logic in our relationships. All from Antifa. Queer Fire. The George Jackson Brigade. We literally just learned about the George Jackson Brigade like last week. Queer Fire. The George Jackson Brigade. Men against sexism and gay struggle against prison. That's a big one. Radical Campus Power. This is for organizing on college campuses. Prologue, a brief history of capitalism. Antifa has an entire comic written about how capitalism is the problem. Remember when conservatives used to always tell me that the left never said capitalism? Oh, here we go. Oh, look at this. Queering anarchism. Where have we heard that before? We talk about that in my counter-revolutionary book club. Settler sexuality. Resistance to state-sanctioned violence, reclamation of anti-colonial knowledges, and liberation for all, an indigenous feminist zine. Check this out. I like hope that burns cop cars. And then ACAB means all cops are bastards. This is a teeny tiny little zine about burning cop cars. How to get ready for a demonstration. Tips and tricks to stay safe and dangerous in the streets. Militant Flamboyance, A Brief History of the Stonewall Riots and Other Queer Happenings. This is just called Repair. I don't know what this is about. This seems to be like a poetry collection about gender studies or something. I don't know. I just grabbed everything. I was like, I'm going to go through this later. Confidence, Courage, Connection, and Trust. A Proposal for Security Culture. So this is about Antifa's doing security. That's their plan for that. What is this? This is called We All Float Down Here. Rams Floating Tactics in the Long Hot Summer of 1967. Okay, so this is Antifa learning from previous protests and riots and things like that.
Now, you remember the 60s, right? Good old LBJ with the Civil Rights Act. See what the Civil Rights Act did? It created all these communist structures. That's why we need to get rid of the Civil Rights Act. You don't need it.
No Neutrality in Rape Culture. Open Letter to Progressives from Rape Victims and Survivors. That's going to be about the patriarchy. Oh, look what I got. Check this out. Regulars on my channel know what this is. Be gay. Do crime. If anyone ever doubted me that the Mary Nardini gang was deeply influential of today's queer activists, guess what? I have multiple zines from the Mary Nardini gang that I got at Antifa's booth. If you don't know who the Mary Nardini gang is yet, you will. Don't worry about it. We're going to teach you all this stuff. But the Mary Nardini gang is like the key to a lot of understanding queer anarchism, and no one on the right knows who they are except for us because we've been studying them for a long time. So Mary Nardini gang at Antifa's booth. Check this out. People will recognize this. These faggots fight fascists defending pride. We've literally talked about this. This is Bashback. This is the Bashback movement right here. There it is. Oh, check this out. For everyone who thinks that the left doesn't have guns, this is from Antifa's booth. Three-way fight, revolutionary anti-fascism, and armed self-defense. Does anyone still think that the radical revolutionary far left doesn't have guns? Because
they have a pamphlet. They're not trained in it.
They've got a really thick pamphlet about armed self-defense at the Antifa booth. Fight to win, protest tactics, and staying safe with pride was a riot. This is another bashback. This is Reagan. Do you know what's on the back of this? I literally just saw this. Look at the back of this. What have we been talking about? We've been talking about the bashback movement. Look at what is on back of this zine. I just noticed that. Bro. Hey, guess what? The do-it-yourself occupation guide with a crowbar on top. That's nice, isn't it? A recipe for nocturnal direct actions. That's basically rioting at night. Anarchism and revolutionary strategy. Insurrectionary councilism. I don't know what insurrectionary councilism, but I'm going to find out. Oh, check this out. You guys know how the far left trains people to get arrested? The de-arrest primer. Got that. Let's see. This is still all from Antifa, guys. Direct action for animal rights. Hey, you guys want to learn how to be part of Black Bloc? Because this is a pamphlet to teach people how to be part of Black Bloc. Oh, this stuff isn't from Antifa. Oh, okay. So this next one is not from Antifa, but I have to show it to you guys. Check this out. This is from another organization. We're going to look into them too. I got a whole pamphlet on how to DIY my own hormones. So they're handing out pamphlets at these things to teach people how to do it yourself hormones. And there's a bunch of other stuff. This is a different group though, so I'm going to put this aside for a second. Back to Antifa. Do you guys know how we've been talking about how the radical revolutionary far left wants to do a general work strike coming up? If people don't know this, the revolutionary far left is planning on doing a mass workers' strike either in 2026 or in 2028. They're not sure yet, and I've heard both dates. Guess what? I've got a pamphlet on how they're trying to sabotage the workplace. A whole instruction guide from Antifa, how to sabotage your workplace. Isn't that nice? Hey, how about this? Go to Anti-Fascist Community Defense, Materials, Organization, Deployment, and Uses. We're going to be going through all these zines, guys. I'm just giving you a preview of all the shit I got from this Antifa booth. Don't just do counter-fascism. 20 things you can do to counter fascism. Yes, you. Yes, now. A No Borders Manifesto. Affinity groups. Essential building blocks for anarchist organizations. They are telling us how they're organizing. They're putting it in pamphlets, and we're going to read all of them, and it's going to be great. Oh, check this out. Check this out. Capitalism starves us. That's about food banking. This is another thing. Here's Antifa. This is war. Inspiration for a fag drug user uprising. That's what it says. This is, again, Antifa. Oh, you guys want to see some Antifa stickers? Here's some stickers I got from the Antifa booth. Let's make this a long, hot summer. Here's another sticker from the Antifa booth. Destroy capitalism before it destroys the planet. I was explaining to people the other day how the far left is literally convinced that capitalism is going to kill them because of the environment. They're putting it on stickers. If people don't believe that the far left literally thinks that capitalism is going to destroy the planet and kill us all, this is a sticker from Antifa that is saying, destroy capitalism before it destroys the planet. Another sticker from Antifa is a person with a knife, and it says, protect trans lives. Another sticker from Antifa, nobody is free till we're all free. This is the basis of Queers for Palestine. Another one, this says, fuck ICE and the government. LA shows the way. This is brand new. Fuck ICE and the government. LA shows the way. That was at Antifa's booth yesterday. Let's see. Is that all Oh, wait. Check it out. I got my very own Queers for Palestine pamphlet. It's a real thing. Queers, a liberatory demand from Queers in Palestine. Red flags before you join that org. A primer on authoritarian and vanguard communist groups and what to do instead. So this is Antifa saying, don't go and join any of those other communist groups. Come and join us. We're the best communist group. Those other communist groups, they're all fakers. Come join our communist group. We're the best. Guys, if you're here, please mount the like button for me. There's a shocking disparity between... I went and infiltrated Antifa and got you guys a mountain of propaganda. I need everyone to mount the like button for me, okay? Can you please mount the like button, subscribe to the channel, do all that stuff? Send in a super chat. I will acknowledge all super chats later. I'm still going through the Antifa preview. We haven't even gotten started with the other stuff. But if you appreciate the fact that I literally put myself in physical danger to collect all of these materials when I could have gotten the shit kicked out of me for this and I was really scared, Please show your appreciation in some way, whether it be mounting the like button, subscribing to the channel, sending in a super chat. We're going to do other protest stuff tonight too, but I got to show you guys this stuff. No one else on the internet has this stuff but me. I haven't seen a lot of these zines before. These are not all online. Well, they are online, but we just didn't know where to find them, and now we do. Haha. Here's another one. Resistance, Rebellion, and Repression. Questions to consider when you're in the streets. A message from Free Revolutionaries of Tehran for the first anniversary of Revolutionary Uprising. That kind of seems relevant to current events, doesn't it? We've already looked at that one. I don't know what this is, but it looks like some sort of story about something. I don't know. Defining gentrification and displacement. The Combahee River Collective Statement. I know what this is. This is a queer thing. Louisville Anarchist Federation. No Borders. And then on the back it says Socialism, Anarchism, and Feminism. Fascism and Anti-Fascism, a Decolonial Perspective. 7 Theses on the Three-Way Fight. I don't know what that is, but it's got a revolutionary in the streets. On Women and Violence. That's like a case study. Another Be Gay, Do Crime in a pink cover, and it says, I don't bash back, I shoot first. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the preview of the haul from Antifa. I will be releasing every single one of these. If we have the digital file from the website, because I don't know that all these digital files are on the website yet. If we have the digital file from their website, we will release that. If we don't have it, I will release screenshots of the actual printed text. We collect these because this is one of the best research tools that we have to understand how groups like Antifa organize and what they teach their members. Because this is how Antifa teaches people, with zines, with these pieces of propaganda. And so I'm going to be releasing all this stuff. We're going to be talking about it. We'll be reading it. If you come to my channel, this is the type of stuff, we will read this stuff cover to cover to learn what they know, okay? So that's going to be coming.
I mean, that's just blatant fire right there. Old girl is spitting fire. Fire, fire, fire. So, while I was listening to that with everyone, I was also doing some other work. And yeah, we're gonna have some crazy stuff coming out Tuesday. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So, on 6/20/2025, right? Which is an 8 plus a 9, which is a 17. So isn't it just a little bit coincidental that Iran's 17th wave of missiles was on another 17? Let's see what else was there. Oh, let's see if these came in. One second. Check these pictures came in. Not yet. We got some coming in because pulled up the good old Truth Social posts. Now we've got to dig into certain someone. Yeah. Where's she on how yet? Oh, right here.
You remember the capacity.
So there's this woman named Colleen Shogan. right? Well, thing is that Colleen Shogan was the one responsible for, you guessed it, the auto pen. So we are going to take a look at this because this is her lying under oath. I know. You can imagine.
Do you remember the post? Personal capacity, Senator.
I have to say, I have been here for 4 years in the Senate. I have never seen a witness stonewall like this before. Never. And I've seen a lot. This is extraordinary. Do you remember this post? December 3rd, 2021.
My social media is in my personal capacity, Senator.
I mean, this is unbelievable. And you want to be the archivist of the United States. You lied to us under oath. You lied to us in your QFRs. You just lied to me a second ago under oath, and now you're sitting here stonewalling, not answering questions about public posts that you've made. Dr. Shogan, when you were here last year, a number of senators asked you, including me, a series of questions about articles you'd written, public statements you had made on social media that were, I have to say, pretty grossly partisan, and I thought offensive, and you and I went back and forth about it. After that, a number of us asked you questions for the record relating to these statements. I want to follow up on one of them. I, in particular, asked you to give us a full accounting of the public posts that you had made on Twitter. You had locked your Twitter account before you came before this committee. It had previously been public. I asked you to provide the public posts that had previously been available on Twitter because the ones that we have were pretty disturbing. You responded as follows, and I quote, "My personal Twitter account is comprised of posts about my mystery novels, events at the White House Historical Association, Pittsburgh sports teams, travels, and my dog," end quote. Is this an accurate statement?
Yes, Senator.
I just remind you you're under oath. Is this an accurate statement?
Yes, Senator.
Well, let's talk a little bit about your Twitter posts then that I was asking you about. On February 18th, 2022, you posted on Twitter bemoaning the dropping of mask requirements for children, including those under the age of 5. Do you remember that post?
No, Senator. Those tweets were in my personal capacity.
No. I asked you, would you give all public posts that you had made on Twitter? You said no, effectively, and you said that your Twitter posts consisted of mystery novels, events at the White House Historical Association, Pittsburgh sports teams, travels, and my dog. And you just told me now under oath that you stood by that. So now let's talk about your Twitter posts. On February 18th, 2022, you posted bemoaning the fact that mask requirements for children under the age of 5, one of whom I happen to have, by the way, had been dropped. Is that a post about your dog or sports teams?
My social media is in my personal capacity,
Answer
Senator.
my question, please, because you've testified under oath that you only posted about your dog and sports teams and novels, and you also said you wouldn't give this committee any of your public posts. So, is your post on February 18th, 2022, bemoaning the lifting of mask requirements for children under the age of 5, who I might just ask all of the data has said is extremely harmful to children, these mask requirements? We'll leave that aside for now. Is that a post about your dog or sports teams? Yes or no?
My social media is in my personal capacity, Senator.
Yes or no, Ms. Shogan? You are under oath before this committee, and I have to say, you have placed this issue squarely in record by repeatedly refusing to answer. Yes or no?
My social media is in my personal capacity, Senator.
So you're not answering my question. Let's talk about another post. 26th of May, 2022, you talk about an assault weapons ban, retweet a post, ban assault weapons now. Say you agree with this idea that you have to be a certain age to buy so-called assault weapons in America. Is that a post about sports teams or your dog or mystery novels?
My social media is in my personal capacity, Senator.
What about the post on January 5th of 2021 in which you say that Ted Cruz ought to stay in his own lane and not worry about what's going on in Pittsburgh? This is a reference, I think, to questions he had about the certification of the last election. Is that a post about your dog or sports teams or mystery novels?
My social media is in my personal capacity, Senator.
What about the post, you remember December 10th, 2020, where you said that you were hoping that President Trump would have his vetoes overridden, and you agreed with the post that he was a weak policy president? Is that a post about your dog or sports teams or mystery novels?
My social media is in my personal capacity.
What about your post on January 5th, 2021, in which you speculated that President Trump would pardon himself next, participating in a conversation about the certification of the Electoral College? Is that a post about sports teams or mystery novels or your work at the White House Historical Association?
My social media is in my personal capacity, Senator.
What about the post? Do you remember this one? I said we seem to be having an incredible case of amnesia, but maybe you remember this one. This is from December 3rd of 2021, in which you advise an individual who goes by Meg on social media that the Library of Congress, you advise this person to complain about religious flags that have been planted on the grounds of the Library of Congress, and you say that they ought to be removed. And you go on to give this person advice about how to complain and have them removed. Do you remember that post?
My social media is in my personal
Do you remember the
capacity.
post?
My
Do you
social
remember
media is
the
in
post?
my personal capacity, Senator.
I have to say, I have been here for 4 years in the Senate. I have never seen a witness stonewall like this before. Never. And I've seen a lot. This is extraordinary. Do you remember this post? December 3rd, 2021.
My social media is in my personal capacity, Senator.
I mean, this is unbelievable. And you want to be the archivist of the United States. You lied to us under oath. You lied to us in your QFRs. You just lied to me a second ago under oath. And now you're sitting here stonewalling, not answering questions about public posts that you've made. Are you a lawyer, Ms. Shogun?
No, Senator.
Are you familiar with the Shurtleff case at the United States Supreme Court?
No, Senator, I'm not.
Well, in that case, the Supreme Court held that, in fact, it constitutes viewpoint discrimination for a government entity to remove religious flags from its property when it's opened up the property to allow other people to put flags on it. Exactly the question that you were addressing in your public posts on Twitter. You're giving legal advice, which you're not qualified to give, directly contrary to the United States Supreme Court. I just wonder, does this have to do with your view that you wrote about that the religious right is connected to the rise of anti-intellectualism in American politics? Is that why you said what you said about religious flags, that the religious right is a force for anti-intellectualism? Explain that to me.
No, Senator.
Do you stand by your comment that the religious right is part of the rise of anti-intellectualism in American politics?
Senator, that article was written. It was about how Republican presidents use common sense terminology to effectively communicate with Americans.
Yeah, in which you said that the religious right, the rise of the religious right is part of the rise of anti-intellectualism in American politics. I just point out that's the article in which you say anti-intellectual, the title is Anti-Intellectualism in the Modern Presidency, Republican Populism. Very nonpartisan. Dr. Shogun, I'm going to ask you again, will you give to this committee your public posts on Twitter? Will you make them available to this
My social
committee?
media is in my personal capacity.
Mr. Chairman, I have to tell you, this is the most extraordinary thing I have seen in my brief time in the Senate. I have never seen a witness blatantly lie under oath like Dr. Shogun has just done to this committee, stonewalled this committee, and just repeatedly refused to answer my questions about her own posts that are in public. For these reasons, I will oppose your nomination, and I strongly, strongly urge this committee to take action on this and force this witness to own up to the fact that she is misleading us right now before our eyes, Mr. Chairman.
So, let's take a look at her, shall we? I think we shall. Colleen Joyce Shogun is an American author and academic who served as archivist of the United States from May 17, 2023 until her dismissal on February 7, 2025. Remember, it was a long dismissal because on the first day, day one, Trump's like, nope, get rid of her. Get rid of her. Because the archivist, or the archivists have, they're the ones that control the auto pen. Prior to confirmation as archivist, Shogun was director of David Rubenstein Center for White House History at White House Historical Association. Doesn't say she's a Jew in here, but hey, you know what? If you're the director for the David Rubenstein Center, yeah. Born and raised in Greater Pittsburgh, of course, tons of synagogues. But there's some down here that August 13, 2022, Biden nominated her to be the 11th Archivist of the United States. Who nominated her, in fact? Maybe we should find out, because I don't think Biden did. Any of these people. But like, there's like a lot to this, but I want to just skim to the bottom, because when you see who she's, right? So, let's see. Censorship allegations, all that shit. Yeah, she's a big censor person. Right here, January 6, 2025, he said, yep, gonna get rid of her. New archivist. Wow, 30 days later, huh? Done in 30. But the big thing is what her husband. She's married to Rob Rafferty, internal communications director for Stand Together, right? But she wrote some fiction books. Sure, they're fiction. Stabbing in the Senate, homicide in the House, calamity at the Continental Club, K-Street killing, gore in the garden, larceny at the library, dead as a duck, lethal legacies. Seems like they all write books, huh? They call them fiction. But to Stand Together, American philanthropic organization, was first established in 2003 and is often referred to informally as the Koch Network. Huh. Yeah. Stand Together, huh? From these seminars grew a philanthropic community of organizations working to address issues such as, poverty, addiction, gang violence, homelessness, redecivism. It's the same shit. And look, why was he having it in Palm Springs? They're all in Palm Springs. Operations, seek nonpartisan, bottom-up solutions. Remember, we talked about the top-down, bottom-up. That's how they do this. It's all communist. It's all socialist. Similarly, on issues, policy Stand Together led a broad bipartisan coalition on criminal justice reform, which saw leaders like Van Jones and Van Jones. An organization like the ACLU coming together with the Senate Republicans and the Heritage Foundation to pass the First Step Act in 2018. Stand Together has been cited as approach as a key to effectiveness and continues to bridge divides on this issue and many others like foreign policy and immigration. Foreign policy and immigration from the Koch brothers. Got it. Makes a lot of sense now, right? I mean, these people are just stupid. So this one, second here. Oh, shit, I gotta get that one too. That's a big one. Some scientific racism. I still have to do that one. Give that one a rundown. But who wants to see some bombing? You know? Some good old them bombing. This is after this, we're going to go over that one video that I watched. But before that, we're going to go over just a couple of spots of this Playboy magazine that received as a gift in the mail from May 1997. Donald Trump richer than ever and back on top. Nice article. He loves bacon and he loves the F-bomb even more, it seems. Because everything's quoted in there. So we're going to have some fun.
Doomsday missile, the Khorramshahr 4, as Israel escalates its attacks on Iranian nuclear facilities. This marks the missile's first use in actual combat, and it appears to have performed according to its specifications, with visible impacts reported in both Tel Aviv and Haifa. The IDF reportedly identified the missile as a cluster bomb, admitting that they were unable to determine exactly what hit them as the missile separated into multiple warheads and struck its targets with minimal interception from both the Thaidi system and Iron Dome. The full extent of the aftermath remains unclear as the IDF continues to restrict information about military sites hit inside Israel to prevent widespread panic. something that has increasingly become part of daily life in Israeli cities. Among the key targets reportedly hit by this powerful missile were Ben Gurion Airport, as well as high-value assets at the Nevatim and Hatzerim air bases. Additional reported strike zones include military centers, defense-related industries, command and control facilities, and companies linked to the administration of Prime Minister Netanyahu. These developments follow IDF claims of a second successful strike on Iran's nuclear site in Isfahan, which they say was completely destroyed. Footage circulating on social media appears to show the wreckage of that site. Iran's response has been described by observers as intense, particularly with the unveiling of this new missile system, which sent shockwaves through Tel Aviv. We'll explore the full capabilities of the Khorramshahr 4 shortly. In the meantime, please like this video to help us beat the algorithm and boost visibility.
What the لا ما مأمين طلع طلع لا لا استفاء بالهواء نزل شمال.
I mean, they got smoked. Funny thing is, they don't want any of this on the media. Funny, isn't it? They're always quick to say, oh, this, that, but oh yeah, there's no sound on this right now. It's just showing the rockets. That's why I'm talking over it. And then he's gonna come back and talk. Because they didn't have volume for the missile strikes and all that, so good times, good times. White hats in both countries destroying their own deep states. Yep. That's what they're doing. Yeah, the rainbow flag and the rubble. I mean, Israel's the biggest proponent of this. Yeah, there's no sound. Of course there's no sound. That's why I'm talking right now, because there's no sound in this video. Just a couple times when he's talking, you'll hear it come back on. But yeah, I mean, they've been getting hammered and hammered and hammered. But they need to. You know, death by 1,000 cuts. I mean, it just makes a lot of sense with all this. It says 150 Israeli targets obliterated. Well, they took out Ben Gurion Airport. Hold on a second.
In the aftermath of the strike, the mayor of Haifa publicly broke ranks with Israel's national leadership, calling for an immediate pursuit of peace. In an interview with CNN, Mayor Yona Yahav emphasized that his city had suffered disproportionately and that continuing the conflict would only lead to more irreparable harm. He urged for a negotiated settlement, starkly contrasting with the Netanyahu administration's hardened stance and calls for escalation.
There's diplomacy going on in Geneva right now with the Iranian foreign minister, some European foreign ministers. President Trump right now has said he's going to wait 2 weeks before he makes a decision what to happen next. What are you hoping for from these different diplomatic pieces?
Peace, that the peace treaty will come out of it.
And President Trump waiting 2 weeks to make a decision, what do you think about that?
It's too much.
Why?
Because we have no time. You see what's going in the middle time.
There's more destruction.
They have to sit now and negotiate and design a treaty. It's not a big deal, and do it.
In your understanding, President Trump's analysis of what's going on is giving time for diplomacy, it appears. Are you happy with what you hear from him? Because one day it seems to be he's leaning towards the military action, another day he seems to be leaning towards diplomacy. What's your sense?
A fixed answer I can't get from Trump. And this bothers me.
Why?
Because I like stability.
However, in Tehran, residents took to the streets in a show of solidarity with their government, which they described as facing an imposed war. Crowds gathered en masse to protest and called on the international community to take action against what they referred to as the brutality of the Netanyahu administration. A similar rally was also held in Yemen, where large numbers of people demanded an end to the ongoing conflicts in Gaza, Yemen, and Palestine.
I guess they're a bunch of terrorists too, right? No.
Speaking on the latest developments and the growing anti-Israel sentiment across the Middle East, Russian President Vladimir Putin stated that both Iran and Russia are confronting a shared challenge rooted in Western imperialism. He emphasized that Israel is acting as the aggressor in this situation and is unlikely to succeed in its efforts to dismantle Iranian nuclear facilities, particularly those for which it lacks accurate intelligence. Putin further warned that the global South currently stands in solidarity with Iran.
Во-первых, в этой связи мы всегда выполняем все наши обязательства. То же самое происходит на российско-иранском треке. Мы поддерживаем Иран в его борьбе за его законные интересы, в том числе в борьбе за его интересы по мирному атому. И мы всегда занимали эту позицию. Принципиальная наша позиция в данном случае и в этом конфликте не поменялась. Кто говорит, что мы должны были бы сделать больше, что больше? Начинать какие-то боевые операции? Так что ли? У нас и так идут боевые операции с теми, которых мы считаем противниками тех идей, которые мы защищаем, и тех, кто создает угрозу для Российской Федерации. А это в основе своей.
Meanwhile, the missile which is the bone of contention is the Khorramshahr 4 was unveiled by Iran's defense ministry on May 25, 2023. It was unveiled as part of an ongoing effort to modernize the country's ballistic missile capabilities. Unlike its predecessors, This version incorporates a lighter carbon warhead that increases aerodynamic efficiency, giving it a maximum operational range of approximately 2,000 kilometers. The missile can reportedly carry a warhead weighing between 1,500 to 1,800 kilograms, among the heaviest for missiles in this category. These warheads are said to be capable of delivering conventional, cluster, or potentially even nuclear payloads, though Iran denies having a nuclear weapons program. Technologically, the Khorramshahr-4 utilizes a liquid fuel engine with hypergolic propellants, allowing for rapid preparation and launch times of under 12 minutes, a stark upgrade from older models that required significantly longer fueling windows. Iranian media sources and independent defense analysts reported that at least one Khorramshahr-4 missile was launched toward Israel, targeting critical infrastructure. The reported use of cluster munitions aboard the missile dramatically increased the area of impact. Each cluster payload was estimated to contain between 60 to 80 submunitions, comparable in size and damage to Soviet-designed Grad artillery shells. While Israeli defense officials claimed they intercepted a number of incoming projectiles, satellite imagery and footage shared by regional observers showed substantial damage in industrial zones and near military logistics centers, suggesting that not all were successfully neutralized. From a strategic standpoint, the Khorramshahr-4's use signals a shift in Iran's approach to deterrence. The missile's 2,000 kilometers range allows it to strike virtually anywhere within Israeli territory, including deeply fortified areas like Dimona or Rafael Advanced Defense Systems in Haifa. The missile's guidance systems, possibly based on inertial navigation with terminal phase corrections using satellite or radar data, have narrowed its circular error probable CEP to under 30 meters. An extraordinary feat for a liquid fuel missile. This remarkable level of precision, coupled with the Khorramshahr-4's formidable payload capacity, positions it among the most lethal conventional weapons currently deployed in the Middle East. The devastation it inflicted on Haifa stands as grim testimony to its power.
I'm gonna check and see if those pictures came up. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I gotta see if these pictures came up. I hope they did. I really do. Oops. Sorry, guys. Okay. Come on, come on, come on. Because, yeah. Just say Papa Trump is definitely putting the feelers out of yep, here we go. All right. So we're gonna go through these. Shall we? We shall. Okay. Great unity in the Republican Party, perhaps unity like we have never seen before. Now let's get the great, big, beautiful bill done. Our country is doing great. MAGA, right? So, thing is, look at the timestamp. 10/28/2017, huh? Yeah. Cute. Then, any retaliation by Iran against the United States of America will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. Thank you, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Look at the timestamp, 9/35. That's a 17. Yeah, sure is, right? So, then he posts this. Where have we seen this before? I don't know. How many Q drops have the American flag on it? Quite a bit. 744. We're going to get back to that. So, I'll be giving an address to the nation on 10 o'clock p.m. at the White House regarding our very successful military operation in Iran. This is a historic moment for the United States, America, Israel, and the world. Iran must now agree to end this war. Thank you. Right? Yeah. Historic moment for Israel, right? Because they're going to get it. Now, Fordo is gone. He retweeted this, 7:04 p.m. That's a nuclear base, right? You sure about that? Then he comes back. We have completed our very successful attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran. Always 3.0. Fordo, Natanz, and Efshan. All planes are now outside of Iran airspace, a full payload of bombs. was dropped on the primary site, Fordo. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. There's not a military in the world that could have done this. Now is the time for peace. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Just the problem with this. So, if the year is 2025, which is a 9, 6:50 p.m., that's an 11. Also 6/21, the date, it's a 9. Right? Because, I mean, everything they're doing is everything by the numbers. So, what we're going to do here is we are going to go to here, to here, to August is a hot month, right? Well, that's where 1944 comes in. 7:44 p.m. equals 1944. August 28th, FBI at FISA, ABC's INSCOM, no foreign, NSA INSCOM bridge, FISA for FISA court, who's accountable to Congress, civilian bodies to find state secrets, process of obtaining a FISA warrant, what must be demonstrated to be granted, who must sign off, can select individuals in senior positions of power be shadow banned from active FISA warrant surveillance, national security. Sufficient evidence shown to demonstrate rogue elements of intelligence apparatus illegally violated FISA laws, tenets, and a coordinated effort with Democrat or domestic plus foreign allies to impact the outcome of the 2016 presidential election, safeguard against future undercover criminal prosecution. Domestic and foreign allies. Israel. Because if they're saying allies, remember, China and Russia aren't our allies, right? So who would our allies be? Israel. Who must sign off on FISA warrants? Who directs the signers? But FISA warrants. But who directs the signers? Are you meaning on the FISA warrants or are you meaning on the auto pen? Given magnitude of spy campaign, U.S. presidential election, Republican Party nominee candidate plus president-elect plus president of the United States, would Hussein be required to direct order? How would updates occur? Presidential daily briefings. Who has access to presidential daily briefings? On-class briefings, sit room, Oval Office, PLOC, NIC, and NOC. Could be anything. National Security Council. How often does president use BEOC? Could FISA warrants be issued active for numerous in the news now future U.S. targets? Foreign tangent required to obtain a warrant to spy on U.S. organization. Define projection. Now, student. What is known? Connections them to Russia, other foreign assets. Who commands INSCOM? Who commands no such agency? Who has ultimate command? El Presidente. But it said right here, let's see. Obama moving to a second Oval Office. Is the president making way for a new underground command center? Emergency bunker may be built underneath the White House. 2-year overhaul of the West Wing. President Obama will move in a replica of the Oval Office, which will be located in Eisenhower's executive office building adjacent to the White House. So, where did they have Biden going? Because if all the media, if they were still in D.C., where were they going for this replica White House? The new Oval Office will be ready by August. The president is ready to move in and design challenges resolved. What else was put in the West Wing, in the Oval Office? Remember they said, one second, there was a post, could something be, please see, White House. Let's see. Let's see. Find this one. I think it was because there was one that asked, could something be placed in the White House that can cause extreme damage, right? Yes, there could. Why the foreshadowing, though? I'll find it in a second. Why the foreshadowing? I mean, didn't BB give Trump a golden pager? And then he's bragging about, oh, yeah, you know, it's like, do you know how many women and children you killed and permanently disabled with those? So, if they have the ability, right, to send out pagers to Hamas, are you sure they were Hamas? Because remember they said, oh, yeah, we killed a bunch of them, you know, because they used Daddy's home. That's a little monkeyer that they say, oh, well, you know, they wait until at night, until everybody goes home, and then they detonate them when they're around their wife and children. I mean, these people are just fucking sick. I mean, delusionally sick. Let's see. Also, when they were talking earlier about the whole Molech, how they're, you know, worshiping Moloch and all that for the whole Babylonian the Babylonian money magic. Well, isn't it funny that the same year, 1933, we have to go back to that all the time, because what happened at Soldier Field with Das Juden, right? Well, we'll play part one, because the full thing's like 18 minutes, but we'll play part one, and then you're going to see where all this goes. Because remember, in 1933, that's also when FDR signed the act that took all the gold out of everybody's hands. It gave it to the Khazarian Mafia, back to the Rothschilds, which they managed all the gold. Starting to make a little bit of sense now? I mean, this is delusional. Now this, the date, July 3rd, 1933.
Today dawn, the 20th century, with hopes of freedom, happiness, and peace.
I remember the owl. Isn't it funny that they're all waving Israeli flags in 1933, yet they weren't given Israel until 1947, 48? Isn't that a bit odd? They're all Jews. Now, can anybody tell me the difference between this and Bohemian Grove? I can't. Not at all. I'll go ahead and read this. It says, this is an idol named Moloch. A great many people used to pray to this idol. It had the head of a calf and was made of brass, and it was hollow inside, like the brazen bull in Roman times. There was a place in the side to make a fire in it. When it got very hot, the wicked people used to burn their little children in its arms. The little children were burned to death there. This man in the picture is just going to put a little child in the idol's arms. Other men are blowing on trumpets and beating on drums and making a great noise so that no one could hear the poor little child cry. People are beyond sick. July 3rd, 1933, Jewish pageant, The Romance of a People, packs Soldier Field. Several shows celebrated racial history with the fair as a background. On July 3rd, 1933, 150,000 spectators attended A Romance of a People, an elaborate Jewish pageant telling the history of their people. Chaim Weizmann, later the first president of Israel, opened the show, which required over 6,000 performers, always sixes. It was so successful, an encore was staged a few days later. Yeah. Filthy people. And so ancient, 'tis the rest of us who are pervernious by compare. By 9 o'clock p.m., 12 rabbis bear a gigantic scroll that is over 12 feet high to an altar in the center of the floor to the immense stadium. For 2 hours, amplified voices read the story carried in the Torah as the drama unfolds. So please tell me again where the Torah is actually good, right? At various times, there are 750 dancing girls spreading flowers around the altar of the Pentateuch, Roman legionnaires in chariots, and 3,500 actors acting out the parts of the drama, and 2,500 choir members sing, their voices being led out to the audience by the most nearly perfect system of amplification that has ever been set up on this continent. Chicago Daily Tribune, July 4th, 1933. Most of those attending the pageant had spent the Jewish day at the fair at the grounds of the Century of Progress World's Fair, and their movement from the grounds of the Soldier Field started around 7:30 p.m. Great people, huh? Great. Let's see. Construction crews working on the bleachers in 1926. Which is complete bullshit. It was there way, way, way earlier than that. Yeah, who built all that, huh?
Here we are, folks, at Chicago's world-famed Century of Progress.
Jet
A
Aquarium.
spectacular fair that was started by a beam of light from the star Arcturus.
Arcturus, the celestial beam that lit up an expo. This is where Arcturus, one of the brightest stars in the Northern Hemisphere, plays a role. Astronomers at the time estimated that Arcturus was located 40 light years from the Earth. The light emitted from the Arcturus during the World's Columbian Exposition would reach the Earth in 1933. Thus, at 9:15 p.m. on May 27, 1933, 4 telescopes located in different observatories, probably the Vatican telescope, huh? Lucifer, captured light. Well, I don't think Lucifer came about yet, so I'm not sure about that. But they did name it Lucifer. Captured light of Arcturus and focused on the photoelectric cells. These cells then transformed the light into electrical current that was amplified and sent to the expo site on the shores of Lake Michigan. The current lit up the floodlights before a crowd of 30,000 people gathered outside the Hall of Science. You mean you just turned the ether on, is what you did. But they're saying that they're following the stars. Got it. And let's see, it should be another page here. Let's give us enough time to read this one. Light Arcturus, 1893. Another interesting fact about Arcturus is that it appeared to shift its fixed position in the sky much more rapidly than most of the other bright stars, the sole exception being Alpha Centauri. It's just a problem here. 1 second here. I just want to go back to this. Let's see this. Yerkes, Urbana, Allegheny, and Harvard. Why would you have Harvard included? The light that traveled 40 years to open Chicago's fair. Yeah.
Here's the famous Avenue of Flags, a beautiful flag-bedecked boulevard, every foot of its magnificent concourse filled with an endless stream of pleasure seekers. Like a sentinel commanding the sun, stands the Hall of Science, saluting
That's
the
all in
waters
Chicago,
of the shimmering
but
lagoon.
none of that's there.
Is before this map-covered dome, the back view of the exhibit, 1,000,000 years ago.
A map-covered dome in 1933 when it was still flat. Admiral Byrd's ship. That's not there anymore. That's not there anymore. That's not there anymore. All this was torn down. 1933, they had everything gridded out in the whole United States, right? Especially at post, Great Depression. But like we learned from, my lunch break, power tools didn't come about until the 1890s. Saying. Century of Progress, Chicago, 1933 World Fair. And what's that? An airship. Airships don't work on a spinning ball. B is the ball spinning faster than the airship above it. I guess that's physics, right? Yeah. Real nice. Real nice.
Among the Jewish...
Hold on. You know what? We're going to roll in this part two because this is where they start going real high into the Jews. Because why were they doing this? Right? Remember, you had 1917 to 1923. That's when they caused all their hell. So exactly 10 years later, they're bringing their century, right? Of, child sacrifice. But hey, don't mind blood libel, right? Don't mind blood libel because it doesn't work that way, right? Let's see. There you go. All right. All right. Sorry, guys. Just a little
Jewish Americans who understood the urgency of the rise of Nazism were Zionists, and they organized to rescue Jews from Germany.
The rise of Nazism. Wow. So July 3rd, 1933, when it was March 26th or March 27th, when you guys declared war on Judea and Samaria. I mean, Judea declares war on Germany by the economic blockade on all German businesses. Actually, no, it was longer than that because it was 6 years. They had a 6-year boycott on them. We went over it a couple shows ago. 6-year boycott. One day that Hitler had a boycott on Jewish goods and Jewish services and everything like that. April Fool's 1933, and then now they're coming up with this shit.
Under the auspices of the Jewish Agency for Palestine. The Romance of a People, which the Jewish Agency for Palestine supported and sponsored, was the highlight of Jewish Day at the Chicago World's Fair.
Jewish Agency for Palestine cut the shit, right? We know that that's all trash. Because Jewish Agency wasn't for Palestine. They're making these terrorist sects is what they're doing.
Really something that there even existed a Jewish Day at the fair. There were a lot of ethnic days, and we'll talk a little bit about how Jewish Day came to be one of them. But it was the highlight. It would use a chorus of over 3,500 people, colossal stage properties, as you can imagine, amplified sound, the very latest in lighting effects, music that spanned 4,000 years of Jewish history and experience in diaspora. And you may ask, how could a minority population coming under attack, as it was, assert its pride so forcefully at an international exposition? And the answer lies, I think, in the special conditions of the World's Fair that sought to bring the whole world into one concentrated space, but that is also in large part attributable to the men and women who created and pushed the production forward. And so the people behind the pageant, the producers, one really cannot speak of the romance of a people without speaking of one key figure who produced the pageant against resistance and in spite of the gargantuan undertaking it was to create a performance event that would fill Soldier Field. And that was Meyer Weisskall. Weisskall was then the executive director of activities in the Midwest for the Zionist Organization of America, and he was the producer of the pageant. He spearheaded it, and he was perhaps spurred on,
So, if he led the Zionist Organization of America, right? Hold on one second. If he led the Zionist Organization of America under the auspices of Jewish Agency for Palestine, does anybody see the crazy part about that? Zionism was colonialism. So why would they be Jewish Agency for Palestine? Because they were taking it. I thought there was no Palestine. Right?
Confidence, because he had produced a very successful Hanukkah pageant the year before, actually just maybe 5-6 months before. And he felt that performance would be the appropriate representation of the Jewish people at the World's Fair. It was delivered as the Jewish expression of the fair's openly declared overall theme, which was science finds, industry applies, and man conforms. And it profoundly inserted Jewry into the fair's subtextual but omnipresent narrative of the march of human progress. Weisskall's path as a producer was not completely free of obstructions. The first obstacle to the romance's articulation of nationalist Jewish identity and purpose was a dominant trend in liberal Reform Judaism toward embrace of American individualism as opposed to nationalism, and the figuration of Jewish identity as a chosen religious confession. And this ideation of Jewish identity, focused on cultural assimilation and profession of faith, was on permanent exhibit at the fair in the Jewish booth at the Hall of Religion. And this other conception of Jewish identity, which was focused on cultural assertion and a revival of Jewish national life, became, in fact, the dominant representation of Jewish Day at the fair. A special day in which Jews as an ethnic group, like other
cultural assertion. That's a cute term. Pushing your stuff down on us. No.
ethnic groups were given focus. Now, luckily, Weisskall wrote about this in his autobiography, which he published in the 1970s. He called it So Far. And he talked about plans for Jewish appearance at the fair and how they were delayed because the Chicago Jewish leaders were divided about the categorical definitions of Jewish community. Was it held together through religious belief and practice? Was it about biological inheritance, distinctive cultural behavior, some sort of combination? Jewish participation in the fair was delayed because there was this undecidability about exactly what Jewish identity was. Still, Weisskall was tenacious, and he gathered a team of writers, prominent Jewish Chicagoans, and performing artists, and he began to pull together the greatest live demonstration of Jewish national identity that had ever been staged. Brandeis professor Stephen Whitfield, expert on Jewish American culture, who wrote a foreword to the 2000 reprint of the fair program that the Chicago Jewish Historical Society put out, and it's beautiful. I highly recommend it to all of you. And he said that the script writers for the fair were apparently the Zionist publicist Maurice Samuel and Chicago's Rabbi Solomon Goldman, plus Weisskall himself. We don't have a written text of the pageant or proof of this collaboration, but there is a synopsis included in the pageant program that describes each episode. And it would seem that if this threesome of cultural Zionist thinkers did collaborate on the script, that they probably balanced out one another's styles. Maurice Samuel was very good friends with Chaim Weizmann and Weisgall, and a prolific writer of both fiction and nonfiction. You may best know him for writing The World of Sholem Aleichem in the early 1940s. Indeed, did a lot of translation work. He had a piercing intelligence, often controversial. In 1931, he wrote a book called On the Rim of the Wilderness, The Conflict in Palestine. And he minced no words in his opinion that held Arab leaders in pretty low esteem. He accused them of incompetence and at best greed and power-driven manipulation of their own people. It was a very strong statement that he made. Solomon Goldman, on the other hand, was effusive and excited about the potential for Jewish and non-Jewish cooperation in the United States that the pageant also asserted. And in his foreword to the original program, he started off by saying, "Thank God for Jewish Day. At a century of progress."
Now think about all the tunnels under New York. We still have yet to get an answer. We need to demand an answer on that whole synagogue deal. We want to know why the bloody mattress in the high chair was never investigated.
On the eve of America's great day of independence, the Jew portrays his eternal romance, his romance with God, with life, with ideals. Despite the differences in tone and probably some of their ideas, all three of these men did believe in the universe to Allen put forward universalism in this Jewish American context of the pageant. So though varied in their opinions and styles, these three men revere Jewish culture and set Jewish history up as Zionist. Expressed 4,000 years of Jewish history, Zionist. But he did Jewish history up as a paragon. The pageant's musical director, Isaac Van Grove, was not a practicing Zionist, but he did share these sympathies toward the Jewish people, and in him, Weisgall found an exceptional collaborator capable of composing a score that expressed 4,000 years of Jewish history and of directing over 3,500 performers. According to the pageant program, Isaac Van Grove started his career as an accompanist to well-known artists. And the ideas and the aesthetics of the romance were indeed cohering. Weisgall was managing to gather Chicago Jews who were geographically spread out. He described insofar as having something for everybody. Zionists, non-Zionists, the religious, the nationalists, everybody. But Weisgall's practical mission was to resuscitate Zionism in Chicago and beyond, and to raise concrete religious, the nationalists, everybody. But Weisgall's practical mission was to resuscitate Zionism in Chicago.
So who were buying the babies in the baby incubators? Good sacrifice fodder, isn't it?
And beyond, and to raise concrete support for Chaim Weizmann's mission to rescue German Jewish scientists and resettle them in Palestine. So as you may recall, there had been a schism in the Zionist organization in the United States when a group following Louis Brandeis' leadership split from supporters of Chaim Weizmann.
And yes, that is Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis. I want to point that out.
Was in the Weizmann camp. In 1921, Weizmann was elected president of the World Zionist Organization. He visited the United States and, together with Albert Einstein, undertook a fundraising campaign to advance the Zionist cause. In 1925, together with Lord Balfour, Weizmann inaugurated the Hebrew University of Jerusalem on Mount Scopus in Jerusalem. And he said on that occasion, quote, "We must create a high culture based on Jewish morality and make it a center of human culture." And indeed, that really describes the thrust of the pageant's content as well. That putting forward the narrative, the story of Jewish evolution from the beginning of time, really as human evolution, right, up to the redemption in Palestine, was the story, par excellence, of human progress. So placing great emphasis on integrating science and industry, Weitzman promoted the establishment of advanced enterprises such as the phosphates plant at the Dead Sea and the hydroelectric plant at Naharim. However, despite renewed growth, the Jewish settlement was afflicted by an economic crisis, and to overcome that crisis, Weitzman established the Jewish Agency in 1929. Though embattled in 1933, and he had by then resigned his post as president of the Zionist organization, Weitzman was still very much respected. And when Weisgall convinced him to come and speak before the pageant, his participation generated a great deal of interest among Jews in the United States that most likely would not have been generated. So it did help to build an audience. Walter Roth, to whom I am most indebted, relays the story of Weisgall's convincing Weitzman to be a part of the Jewish Day pageant in this way. Weisgall decided he needed a famous speaker to fill Soldier Field with its seating capacity of nearly 100,000. Can you imagine? 100,000 seats to fill. I now live in Baraboo, Wisconsin. We have 12,000 people there. Everybody knows everybody.
And for some reason, I mean, I think the seating now in Soldier Field is like, I think it's like 50,000 or 60,000, maybe less than that, because they completely destroyed it. But
imagine being in this group. Who was the most famous Zionist Jew in 1933 and a brilliant orator at that? Chaim Weizmann, of course. Weisgall telephoned Weizmann, who was living in London, and here's the description of it in Weisgall's autobiography. Weisgall: hello, Dr. Weizmann, this is Meyer in Chicago. Weizmann: was, bist du Meshuggah geworden? Have you gone out of your mind? Is Chicago on fire again? Weisgall: no, but it will be when you come here. I want you to come to Chicago for Jewish Day. Weizmann: what's that? Weisgall says, in parens, I explained as fast as I could. Weizmann: what's in it for the movement? Weisgall, with impressive emphasis and prayer in my heart, if you will come to Chicago for one day and make only one speech, even if for only 5 minutes, I will give you $100,000 for any Zionist fund you designate. Weizmann: put it in writing. So Roth tells us that Weisgall promised in writing, indeed, to raise $100,000 for Weizmann's Central Refugee Fund, which helped German Jews to settle in Palestine. And Weizmann agreed to come to Chicago. Weisgall warned Weizmann that he was limited to only one speech, and if he made 2 speeches, the fee would go down to $50,000. If he made 3 speeches, it was going to be reduced to $25,000. He was a very convincing man, Meyer Weisgall, and before he could set any of this into motion, however, he had one more person to convince, and that was the commissioner of the fair. And this was not necessarily either an easy feat. Rufus Dawes was a wealthy businessman, commissioner of the World's Fair. The Dawes brothers had many, many assets that they had acquired. In May 1933, Rufus was on the cover of Time magazine, which writing about the fair that opened on May 27th. And it mentions in the Time magazine article that when Rufus Dawes, as an American Jewish demonstration of collective will and historic destiny, the romance folded lofty American ideas into its premise for creating a new nation. The collaboration between Jewish nationalist aspirations and an American civilizing democratic mission was also symbolized in the very framing and dressing of the performance's playing area. The enormous expanse of Soldier Field's greensward, and the stage was flanked, this is an image of the stage, according to Bennett, by avenues of 32 steel flagstaffs, from which swayed in the moonlight the blue and white banners of Palestine and the red, white, and blue of the United States. The picture, he added, was heroic. By the way, as you walked on to the main pathway of the fair, the Jewish Palestinian flag was not displayed with all of the other flags of nations there. It was, however, displayed in Soldier Field during the pageant on Jewish Day. And the young people who performed earlier in the day at the Hall of Science were carrying both American flags and Jewish Palestinian flags, which is the flag that we recognize today as Israel's flag. The pageant not only depicted history, of course, it also imagined the future, the redemption of the Jewish nation by its own hand through labor in Palestine. And here we see architect Samuel S. Oman's set design for the romance.
Now you see why all those people getting that nose ring, it's all worshiping the bull, worshiping Moloch.
This is a theatrical expression of the international style, white and geometric, a utopian tabula rasa. The Star of David illuminated atop the structure representing the temple in Jerusalem was a symbol of the eternal hope of the Jewish people, and at the same time, an impressive example of Western Electric's technical achievements. Now, a separate two-level platform, which you see in the first picture here, this was floating in the foreground of the playing space, meant to resemble an altar, and atop the altar, to begin the pageant, an oversized Torah scroll was unrolled when the pageant began, framing the entire pageant as a kind of quasi-religious service that was read from the parchment of this Torah.
Now, sorry about that, guys. Oh, I did that. But if you notice how they're all the hand signal they're making, right? That Zig Heil,
The idol Malach, which you see in this other picture, and please excuse the reproduction of this from a Chicago Tribune article. This was one of the highlights of the pageant, and it's featured in one of the wonderful clips that we have here in the museum right behind us on these computers. I encourage you to take a look. You can see this scene in action. A Chicago Tribune writer reported on a dress rehearsal and described, it's kind of a fun story. It says, Judge Harry M. Fisher, General Chairman of Jewish Day.
Now this one reads, it says, the new book of law suddenly and shockingly revealed that the traditional practices of the cult of Yod-Heh-Vod-Heh in Judah had been wrong. The authors continue. Pagan practices were taking place even within the confines of the temple itself. Josiah had all the iconography of Baal removed, along with anything used to worship the sun, moon, and stars, and it had all burned. He also broke down the house of the male cult prostitutes. Yeah. That was just the beginning. Josiah marched northward, smashing stone altars to other gods and killing their priests.
Activities was a solitary figure in the vast expanse of seats during the dress rehearsal. He looked on transfixed as under the last of the drivers, 200 slaves was dragging the huge idol Malach to the stage, on which human sacrifices were to follow bacchanalian orgies. The judge looked at...
Oh, I'll go back and read that for everybody that's just listening. It says, biblical reference, Leviticus 22-5. Yahweh demands that the Israelites stone to death any man who gives his seed to Moloch, who loved a good child sacrifice. Description, a calf or an ox, a man's with the head of a bull with the arms outstretched, its body a furnace to roast infants. So, isn't it funny that Israelites stone to death any man? But the Israelites were doing it, but the thing is that the Jews are the ones, they're not the Israelites. Strange story. There's no real archaeological evidence of a god named Moloch. This most likely wasn't the name he was known by among his worshippers, but rather a Hebrew transliteration. Some scholars think Moloch is actually the same god as Baal, and it is.
Was dragging the huge idol Malach to the stage, on which human sacrifices were to follow bacchanalian orgies. The judge looked at the hideous...
Now this one says, strange story, in the Bible, El is a supreme god of the Canaanites, yet is identified with Yahweh. In fact, he could very well have been the original conception of the Hebrew god. It's right there in the El, in the name Israel, which is usually translated as he who struggles with God. If El was a prototype of Yahweh, it explains the connection between his wife Aseroth and the Hebrew god.
figure of Moloch and some of the feeling of revulsion against idols, which has been built up during the 4,000 years of the history of his race, must have swept over him as he pointed his finger and exclaimed, "That damned thing cost us $8,000. The idol measures 27 feet high.
The question of why the World's Fair Pavilion is a state secret remains. What don't they want us to know?
So, why is it a state secret? Weren't we told about state secrets in the drops? Little bit? Yeah, a lot of it. Right? So, right now, I'm just going to read a couple excerpts out of this because I didn't read the whole thing because I find it kind of ironic that the art of the Donald starts on page 88. Odd. So, it starts out, stately, plump Donald J. Trump drapes his right arm over the back of a wicker sofa, balancing his breakfast at arm's length on a white plate. This is where every American should love this man. Stacked on the plate are a dozen strips of fried bacon. Just bacon. It's part of his diet. The greatest diet. All protein. It's the best. He reaches with his left hand across his body to the plate, picks off a stiff piece with two famously stubby fingers, steers to his famously curled lips, and chomps off the end. And since this is the anti-Marla diet, and that Donald, famously young and flamboyantly blonde second wife, disdains red meat, and has been known to drop sprout-like foods on his plate, which he promptly passes to whoever he sits by. End quote. What the fuck is this? Want it? The Trumpster has lost 20 pounds on his diet by his own large reckoning. So he lost 20 pounds by eating bacon. Got it. And he talks about bacon a lot. So, let's see. Get this one. Okay. So, I know I drop a few F-bombs here and there, but I think this guy quotely takes the cake. He's like, I hate being 50. It's really a fucking disaster. They ask, how do you mean? He said, disaster. Guy calls me. Now, I want you to remember the date, 1997 May. Right? Here, you know what? In fact, what we'll do is we'll do this. I'm going to put this up. So, a disaster. Guy calls me. Haven't seen him for years. He stops by my office. This guy, he had women lined up. I mean, lined up. Nobody had women like this guy. I haven't seen him in about 20 years. He shows up at my office. He's this big, fat, bald guy. I didn't say this was him, but I'm thinking, holy shit, what the fuck happened to you, you know? Then it occurs to me, he's looking across the desk at me, probably thinking the same damn thing. Now, understandably so, was it him looking at him? Because, I mean, let's face that last part was just kind of just shady as hell. But, yeah. No, you're not going to believe what we have Tuesday. Oh, UK, get ready. Because it's just about to go down. But, you know, it needed to. Not the whole UK, but, you know, the pedophiles. Because, well, they're really pushing it. Really pushing it. So give me 1 second. I'm going to bring up this video, but I'm going to go ahead and put it in the chat because instead of watching all 2 hours of it, you don't have, well, you could if you want, because I mean, it is a great interview. But yeah. Got 17 pages of notes. Some of it's chicken scratch, so it'll to decipher it and everything, but yeah.
Is Lucifer the god of the free?
Yeah. Yeah, it gets that deep. Lucifer, the god of Freemasons? Of course it is. But a second. Maybe. One second. Here we go. All right. So, I mean, this episode was outstanding. What are you doing now? Stop it. Damn thing. So, here are the titles of the chapters in this whole 2-hour thing. It's Conspiracy Theories versus Truth, Hierarchy of Secret Societies, that was Role of Bloodlines, Modern Implications of Technology, Fallen Angels Deception, Freemasonry and Recruitment, Levels of Freemasonry, Freemasonry's Influence in Society, Eschatology and the End Times, Chronology and Jesus' Teachings, Book of Daniel, The Fig Tree Generation and End Times, and Final Thoughts. I ain't gonna lie, I was beyond shocked hearing about this. So, the hierarchy lowest to top it goes from lowest to top, right? Bottom. Freemasonry, then Illuminati, then the Rosicrucians, then the Committee of 300 Families, then the Council of 33 Families, then the 13 families that are traced back to the Nephilim. They ask, I mean, who could Nephilim be? Well, I think they told us. Obama, Bush, and Clinton. Because in all of their paintings, they have 6 fingers on one hand. Cute. So they have the Nephilim or the Raphaim, the patriarch or matriarch, to one of the celestial mafia godfathers. The celestial mafia godfathers of the fallen angels. So Charles III, King Charles III, descendant of Vlad the Impaler, which Dracula means son of the dragon, and Dracant in Greek is watcher. So Vlad was a typical noble Celt, giant. He was a giant, red hair. He went to a mystery school in Vienna, Austria. So his whole lineage traces back to Hercules, or the Agrathi, which is sensitive to light. They always move around the darkness. There are 2 patriarchal angels involved. There's 2 branches that goes on ennobling, so they just stay noble. Like the little fake medals, that's how they trace it. And the thing they talk about these Cretians, right? That it comes from Zeus. Now they call like Gen Zs. I'm like, Gen Zs? Then you think Gen Z. It's like, isn't it odd that all of Gen Z now are just going completely psychopathic? Was it something in their injections from birth? Who knows? So in the book of Enoch, they talk about Satan, Hasid, and then the Satans, because it's not saying it's Satan. Azazel is the chief of the Satans. He's one of the 7 wandering stars. Think about the planets, guys. They're not planets, but they're all demons. Isn't it funny that everybody's all willing that they want to do everything they can to find out about all these planets when... Is there such thing? So 7 fallen angels. There's 7 fallen angels, and 6 didn't provide what Azazel did. So they talk about Shemyaza, which is corruption. Shemyaza, the angelic being part of Azazel. And Azazel was the scapegoat for the antediluvian sins because he taught the most and was also the destroyer god that taught all the arts and crafts of war and all the technology that would go with it, and was the leader of the Watchers and the one who was sent to the abyss pit prison in the book of Enoch as well. So it says, maybe an account for this, the second goat is that it's sacrificed on the Day of Atonement. They have 2 goats they sacrifice on the Day of Atonement. One is for the sins of Israel, and 2 is for a scapegoat for unknown sins sent to the wilderness. So, when I heard about sins sent to the wilderness, this brought up the whole Epic of Gilgamesh. Because didn't he meet somebody in the wilderness? Yep. And who were they trying to find? Gilgamesh. Odd. Alice Bailey would be an adept. Theosophy and Gnostic combined, not good. Not good. Because Gnosticism, along with Gnosticism leads to polytheism, and it makes Lucifer as their central god, which Lucifer is the god of the Freemasons. Which Freemasonry, because it's a tree, right? It's the first level on the thelemic trunk. You know, like the law, the thelemic law, like Crowley was starting. So, as above, so below, there's a completely different meaning. Their heaven is in hell, which makes a lot of sense. They all get their roots from the celestial mafia godfathers, which are the fallen angels. The elm tree is very important in Gnostic religions. Oak is the holy tree of the Druids. They speak a little bit about the cedar of Lebanon. The skull and bones is Illuminati based, and it intersects into the thelemic trunk. So you have the thelemic trunk, which kind of looks like the whole, the Kabbalah, right? Because you have a trunk right at the middle, and then you have branches coming off, right? So it's a thelemic trunk, and you have branches out of organizations that come off. IMF, the World Trade Organization, they're all part of it. Let's see, lifetime for humans was limited to 120 years after the creation of giants in Genesis 6:3. Somebody didn't tell the Social Security office. There were larger giants, the largest giants, and they're called the Orantes, Orantes, because they're the giants, and our size was usurped. That's why we're small. And the larger giants are 19 feet tall, but the antediluvian giants were bigger, and they all had one thing in common. They were all based off of a hive mind. So there was a 4-class feudal system. Funny thing is, we have the 4-class feudal system everywhere. The top 2 are the royal bloodlines in the families, the bloodline families, right? Because the antediluvian giants are the ones that took over the first classes before and after the flood. So the antediluvian giants, their bloodlines still are in existence in all these royal bloodlines and all these royal families, right? And then the 3rd-class system was tailors, bakers, your commoners. And then the 4th was the slave class, also known as the sacrifice class. Kind of makes sense with all these wars, huh? Let's see. Because elite comes from Elim, Elim, E-L-I-M. It's a mountain. Let's see. And they really hate populism because it's harder to control. Well, who are the top 2 populists that everybody's comparing each other to? Hitler and Trump. That's why they hate us, because we the people. They don't want the people rising up, because if the people rise up, they lose all their power. And they also speak of the Golden Age. The Golden Age is the age of Atlantis, and that's when they had 10 kings or 10 empires. All the bloodlines are mainly in Europe. The fallen angels screwed themselves by crucifying Christ. That's how they lost. By crucifying Christ, that pretty much fucked it all up, because it all had to be played out. Because why? All the names in the book of life must be played out. So what if the book of life it's nearing the completion? So everybody's worried about timing. It's like, maybe we're waiting for the last person to be born. So at the 47-minute mark, they talked about Mount Hermon, right? There's a Pan temple, a temple of Pan there, and the gates of hell. isn't it funny that, when Israel decided to go over to Syria and Lebanon and all that, what's the first place they took? Oh, they took over Mount Hermon. Why? Because they spoke of the mountain of Sion. Sion, not Zion. Sion. So the levels of Freemasonry, the Freemasonry recruitment arm of the 32nd Scottish Rite, up to the 32nd, they don't know anything. They know some, but not as much as once you jump to the 33rd. So if they're 32nd degree, Masons out there, because they don't spit on their cross or anything like that. They don't desecrate their religion, because Freemasonry is supposed to accept all religions up to a certain point, seems. Now, the York Rite only goes to the 32nd degree. So if you think about the Scottish Rite, which is bad, and then you have the York Rite. But also, because York Rite went to the 32nd degree, but also there was that branch at the 7th, and it went to a separate one, a special one. So they always use a multiplier of 3. Maybe that's a 3.0 on the second tweet of Trump's thing, because it goes like 11, 22, 33, right? Because 3 is the first level of adept in the old system. So 11-3 start, right? Every 11 degrees is one of the degrees of the first 3. Oh no. So only the pure bloods are initiated at the highest levels. And that means that you're an adept before you become an adult. So who do we know of that was a pure blood that we could actually trace all the way back? Walt Disney. He was in the Order of Demolay, so he was an adept before he became an adult. Now do you see all the child stuff? Now, in Oxford University in the 1920s and 30s, all the bloodlines were pretty much Rosicrucian. So they had the Inkling Society that was sponsored by the Golden Dawn Rosicrucian Society in England, because in England they don't publish secret society material. I guess they got smart about it. I mean, because if they did, can you imagine the size of the books there? And there are 2 people that are tied to secret societies and globalism, and both saying that the Bible is a fairy tale that went to Oxford, and is C.S. Lewis and Tolkien. And Disney say was at least a Rosicrucian, but he was in the Order of Demolay, right? And what was his stories about? Fairy tales. But I think even all those fairy tales they're just as warped as all the nursery rhymes. The fairy tales they used it to accept things before they're revealed. Everything's hidden in plain sight. Understand how they speak and what they do. The Bible's all allegorical. They have interpreted the style of Masonics. So if the Bible's all allegorical, we just have to follow it. But we'll go into that because there's a lot having to do with it. And when you see the correlations we can make with everything else, really nice. So witchcraft. Masons call that the craft, because they have the same belief system and the same religion. Witchcraft. Druidism is the polytheism that we understand witches come from, which is either a priest or priestess of the Druidic religion. And who is that creepy fucking senator? It'll come to me, but there's a creepy ass senator, Ron Wyden. He's a Druid priest. Like 100%. So there's one thing. 1 second. But stop. Okay. Because we went over this briefly, but we did, because now you're going to see how this. Well, maybe not. Let's see. Oh shit. Hold on a second. We won't. All right. Oopsie. No. Hold on a second, guys. Something happened. Damn keyboard. See if it connects again. All right. So, because why I want to pull this up, because there's something very, very big with it. Oh. Hold on a second, guys. This ain't good if this don't work. Okay. That's weird. The keyboard just stopped working. That ain't good. Well, we'll see. See it comes back up. So, I need you light. So, because it's like the Magi. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, here we go. Okay, so it says it's like the Magi, like the Brahims. It's the Brahims is a New England Gilded Age, right? Because if they're all worshiping the same shit and all about child sacrifice, well, the Boston Brahmin, members of Boston's historic upper class, they're the WASPs, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Oliver Wendell Holmes, physician writer, the Hindu caste system, Shiva, sacrifice. So then we go down. The Nature of the Brahmins reference in the doggerel Boston Toast. And this is good old Boston, the home of the bean and the cod, where the Lowells talk to only the Cabots and the Cabots talk only to God. Many 9th century Brahmin families of large fortune were common origin. Fewer were of aristocratic origin. The Brahmin elite. Because who were the Brahmin elite? Oh, most belonged to the Unitarian or Episcopal churches. You know, the ones that are letting all the fags in, right? Yeah. Boston Brahmin families. The Adamses. Amorys. Appleton. Oh, wait, this gets good. Bacon. Bates. Boylston. Bradley family. We get to some good ones you're going to see. Brinley. I have this printed up somewhere. Buckingham. Cabot. The Chaffee family. You know, because I mean, why are they skipping out one of the Chaffees? You know, the one that supposedly died in a specific NASA explosion. Choate, Coffin, Coolidge, Cooper, Crowninshield. Yeah. Very interesting family there. Very interesting. Cushing, the Dana family, the Delano family. Now you see where Delano, where they got the family name from. The Dudleys, the Dwight family, the Elliott family, the Emerson family, Endicott family, the Everett family. It's all the big names that we're all familiar with. The Fabins, the Forbes family, the Gardner family, the Gillettes, the Hollowell, Healy, Dahl, Holmes family. Because, you know, wonder how he got there, huh? Jackson family, the Knowles family, Lawrence, Lodge, Lowell, Lyman, Minot, Norcross, Oaks, Otis, Payne family, the Palfrey, and Ruth Payne, yeah, friend of Marino Oswald, living with her at the time of the assassination of President Kennedy. Odd, right? So you've got the Parkman family, Peabody's, the Perkins, Phillips, also the Phipps, because the Phipps are filed under the Phillips as well. Because who's under the Phillips family? Bill Gates. The Putnam family, the Quincy family, the Rice family. Think about the Rices. Salenstall, Sargent, Sears family, the Sedgwick, the Shattuck, the Shaw, Starro, Sturgis, Thayer, Thorndike, the Tudors. The Tudors are big. Warren, the Weld family, the Whitney family. Oh, yeah. Wigglesworth, the Winthrop family. Yeah. So it's all that bourgeoisie shit, right? All that high end. So let's see. What was that? Okay, so many Freemasons are witches because they are adepts. They see Druid priests similar to the ancient Brahmins, priests of Egypt, Magi in Mesopotamia. So Gnosticism begins before Jesus and other religions and other moving religions into a central religion called Theosophy. So you have Gnosticism goes to Theosophy, the New Age. So they have the Mithraism, which is under the Mitra, M-I-T-R-A. There's just a problem with this. What about the Mitre group? M-I-T-R-E. Because they're fluent in Hinduism, Shiva, which is Obama, Kali, which is Kamala. All fits. The Masons are in charge of a specific agenda. They run some of the military, army politics. They trade and exchange intelligence. The cult of intelligence. The CIA, which are the Jesuits. Most presidents have been Masons. Bohemian Grove gives permission of who becomes president of the United States. Well, if Trump took him out in his first term, so how did Biden get in there? Wow. They all got caught. That was the plan at all. Because when you see how everything plays out in the end, in this, it's all biblical. It's beyond brilliant. Elks Club, Lions Club, they're all part of the same club. Freemasons, the Templars drew and they have a secret constitution. Want to do two things. Wanted to create the new Babylon within the Roman Church, which Jesuits took over and became a cutting edge of New World exploration as well. Hence, missionaries and missions, for child sacrifice with the Jews. To set up the new world, the new Atlantis, or the platform for world government through this island continent they discover, and they get there even before. Right? So what's this island and continent they're speaking of? I mean, the Pacific Ocean is kind of big, isn't it? And they have no land out there, but yet you can't go out there because on a spinning ball, they're like, oh yeah, there's open and closed case. It's like, you lay that out, there's way more land within this confine. Oak Island was visited by the Sinclairs even before Columbus discovered America. Who had a grandfather named Sinclair? Biden. Columbus was on the Santa Maria with a Templar flag. Templars had other organizations in Spain and Portugal under different names. They had to colonize every part of war in order to create every part of the world in order to create a one world religion, which they're pushing Catholicism. So, in Masonic lodges, there's a window, usually a square window, and it has 4 quadrants, right? Now you think about had to colonize every part of the world to create a one world religion. Well, wouldn't that be the UK also? And they're hand in hand with the Vatican. So how all the towns are laid out, right? In a town square, all old school. So north-south ends were legal buildings when setting up new towns, using the old buildings. And the east-west axis, on one side was a Catholic church, on the other side was a Protestant, so they could control. And they could control and make a claim of legal rights of that town and reassign it with a hierarchy as they branch out. So, here's a question I have. Did the Templars steal all the cathodes that were all placed here for us and give them to the Catholic Church to promote a one world religion? Is that why they went across and burnt everything down? And oh, and also, one more thing about that whole Iran thing. Isn't it funny that he called it a spectacular attack? He didn't do it. The restoration spectaculars. Remember when they would bomb all these old buildings and everything like that? But yet, like the Great Fires, they're not fires, they're planned bombings. Because you don't think these Templars and these Catholics and all that, they were going across and saying, okay, well, that's going to help them, so we got to tear that down and tear this down. But then they had architects, which the great architect of the universe, that's who the Masons worship. It's funny that they could build all these buildings before power tools were even created. You couldn't even build the stuff out there now. All these old cathedrals and everything. You couldn't build that now with the technology we have. I mean, if you want to do it with a 3D printer, it would take you damn near a few years to do it. More than that. I mean, you have to do the inside, outside. It's like 1 year, huh? No. So, there's a town of witches in Florida. There's an oak tree cut down and close to a water site. Because for some reason, these Satanists, they always have to be by bodies of water when they do their sacrifices. Just to clean up. And within the town square, there were tunnels that connected all the town square. My lunch break is correct again. The Masonic Hall was always, well, not always, but almost always, like 95%, it was always within the town square. Now, this is where it gets kind of dicey. Now, then he goes on, they were talking about Moses, right? So when Moses died, Satan showed up to collect his body because Moses was initiated at Heliopolis. He took all those oaths, right? But what happened? God sent Michael and said, nah, he was here for our purposes. So he got the body back. Now, here's where it gets really crazy. Because remember, the Jews go by the law of Moses. But then they put us all under the Noahide laws, in this Education Day USA bullshit. And you think Trump don't know about that? They know all about this. Because when they throw everything down that they've been collecting for decades on Israel, there's not one person in America that can say, no, don't go after them. Well, the ones that do, out. So, now, this is where it gets biblical. Now, a lot of this, I didn't pull up any of the verses or anything, so at the, you know what? Hold on a second. Let's see. Let's see. So, what I'm going to do is, because I could explain this, but how he explains it, it is just a lot better. But we'll be stopping periodically because we have to understand one thing, okay? Now, they talk about pre-tribulation, post-tribulation, all that, right? But when you see the years, right? This is why we have to observe, because there's a lot of 3.5 years here, 3.5 years there. Think about our election cycle, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and play this, but I will be stopping it periodically because I'm gonna go ahead and explain this how my opinion on it, on how it all pertains to everything today. Because because I would much rather have him say it and a stop, and then everybody's like, holy shit, this is really happening, because it is. This is all happening right now.
When it comes to end times, there's a lot of timelines and chronology that I don't understand because I haven't studied it. But you said a couple things. For instance, hell goes to the pit for 1,000 years, then comes back. This is post-tribulation, correct? Like post-trib, pre-trib. Can we just unpack that for a second? I have no idea.
So there's a lot of different approaches on eschatology, and all of them disagree. All of them say they base it on the Bible, and to a certain degree they do, but they all can't be right. So when you hear the word pre-trib, all that means is when they say that is that Jesus coming for rapture in his first days of his visitation, as Hosea 9:7 talks about, in the days of the Son of Man, Luke 17:22 and 26 says it twice, the days of the Son of Man, that people are going to be longing for in the end time. The first day he comes back is for rapture, after the first fruits resurrection, as 1 Corinthians 15:20 to 24 talks about rapture part. For who he comes for is in 1 Corinthians 15:50 to 54. So pre-trib means before the start of the last 7 years. So the last 7 years isn't necessarily the tribulation, as people call it, but you get 7 years from Daniel 9:27, which is the last week of years, the last 7 years. That's reserved for the end, as in Daniel 26, Hebrew word ketz, meaning the last days, the end time, which gives you the context. And you get these last 7 years when all vision, prophecy, King of Righteousness is introduced, all things of
the King of Righteousness is introduced. Didn't they just throw everything at Trump, including the kitchen sink, and nothing stuck?
those are completed in those last 7 years. And in the middle of those last 7 years is the abomination and the crowning of...
the abomination, meaning, Biden's term.
Antichrist. So pre-trib in that view has Jesus coming before the start of the last 7 years so that Christians don't face tribulation. If you're mid-trib, that means somewhere after the abomination, but before Armageddon, because there's different views as to the timing in there when Jesus comes back for rapture. If you're post-trib, that means Jesus comes back after the millennia starts at some point in time.
The millennia being when Satan is in the pit.
Yeah, when after Satan is sent to the pit prison for 1,000 years, Jesus reigns for 1,000 years, and then Satan is released. So those are kind of the general sort of terms when it comes to rapture. Now, there are other different approaches like preterism and other different ones that have interesting...
Those are the ones that are like saying that we're already in the end times, or it's already happened.
Yeah, or we're in the little season, and there's different... There must be 15 different versions of preterism, so it's hard to keep up with it all. And so people always ask me is what form of eschatology do you follow? And I'm going, well, really, none of those. I'm a contrarian. What would you? Yeah. Because what they do, what you want to be careful of is that you are not reimagining what Scripture says. You don't want to bend it like a pretzel to arrive at a preconceived conclusion. And if you can't deal with inconvenient passages, that's a red flag. Mm-hmm. So everything sort of has to fit. And those approaches, they break all of the rules that I like to live by. Those are just two of them, but there can't be any conflicts. So if you go to the outside approaches, then it's very hard to learn, and you have to accept at face value what they're saying. So if I'm in a group that's pre-trib, for example, and I give them some challenging passages, they can't answer the passages, but they can say horrific things, and I have no understanding, and that they have been told by the word of God that this is the way it's going to be. And I say, where's the scripture? And they can't show me. So you want to be careful with prophecy, but we need to understand it. And it ought not to be complicated. And it really isn't. And I don't believe I'm a prophet. I don't believe I'm a disciple. I don't believe I'm an apostle. I am a researcher. So I like things to kind of make sense. And what makes sense to me is that I should be able to listen to what the Redeemer tells me at face value. So why would I try and redefine what Jesus said by what a prophet says? Mm-hmm. You define what the prophet says, who is the supplier is the word of God, maybe perhaps through the Holy Spirit, but he's still the word of God. You would define what the prophet is saying by what Jesus said, but everything around Jesus, not vice versa.
Right? Correct.
And of course, some people say that they do, but then they say, well, but you can't get a chronology from what Jesus talks about in Matthew 24, Mark 13, Luke 17, and 21. And I'm going, well, why would you say that? Well, because they have to say that because it doesn't fit their chronology or their pattern or their preconceived conclusion. So how do we know it's topical or chronological? Well, Jesus told us. That's probably the simplest way to state it. And he says, and then this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens. So what's the Greek word? Let's just verify that. Well, it is the when. It's no mistranslation. It's the when. It's a sequence of events, and that's the Greek word tota. So you can look it up. You can take it back. This is in a chronological order. What's the other verification? Is he puts the abomination in the middle of his oration in Matthew 24, and then tells us to inquire about the book of Daniel. So what do you think we should do?
Inquire about the book of Daniel.
Yeah. And
so what I was thinking was, that whole morning sun brings heat, right? What if the D stands for Daniel? Right? Well, that's the thing. It's like everything's happening like right now. Because when you hear how this, because it goes to Matthew, Mark, and Luke, right? Well, that's also, we went over this a long time ago with the, when we were looking up the Q, book of Q and everything. And then you notice that, well, Matthew, Mark, and Luke are in it, in the book of Q. So, and they said that puts the abomination in the middle of oration in Matthew 24, right? Well, also said, Jesus said everything is event driven. Who else said that? In the drops, right?
All of that around what Jesus said. Now, there's a step I would do before that, before you go to Daniel, is take the accounting of Matthew 24 as your template, and then put all the additional details that Mark would have and what Luke has, and put that around what Jesus said in the Matthew template. So what happens when you do things like that is people can't tell you that there's no rapture in what Jesus said there, because Mark 13:27 has a little bit more information on there than Mark 24:30-31. And it's not just the sign coming and gathering the elect from the earth, but in Mark, it's gathering the elect from the earth to the uttermost parts of heaven. And then people might say, well, the elect is not the church. Well, except that the elect is used 23 times in the New Testament in Greek. Eklektos.
If elect was mentioned 23 times in the New Testament, and the funny thing is that Trump's talking about the elections.
And it's defined as those saved through Christ. It's described as people who believe in Jesus. It's described as Christians in the definition, and it's used that way.
Now do you see why we need free and fair elections?
Consistently throughout the New Testament. So you can't just say the elect is just Israel in a New Testament prophecy for the church. And they say, well, it wasn't for the church. Well, really? Well, he's talking to the disciples who are going to build the church. He's Alpha Omega. He's telling you words you need to know till he comes back again. Of course, it's going to be for the church as well. And I'm not saying that the elect doesn't come together at the supper of the Lamb either. I'm just saying, let's not reimagine what he said. Mm-hmm. It's pretty straightforward. So put all the additional details on. So, and it really helps out because there's some juicy, important extra details, and then you have a template. Then go to Daniel, like Jesus described. And then you're going to need Daniel 9. You're going to need Daniel 11 and 12 for sure to begin with, because you're going to get those 7 years. That's going to begin with the sorrows, or just after the sorrows and into the time of the afflicted and the offended, which is very opaque language.
Now, 7 years begin with sorrows, right? It's sorrows, but he says it's sorrows, right? Think about sorrows, right? And into the time of afflicted and offended. Wow. It's almost like it's written up right now.
Afflicted is Greek thlipsis, which is also translated as tribulation. Scandalizo is apostasy, a falling away and enticed into sin, lines up with falling away and apostasia in 2 Thessalonians 2, but the falling away.
Scandalizo. Now you see where they get the term scandalous from also.
Before the gathering and before Antichrist is revealed. And so if we look at those timing of the last 7 years at that point in time, now we have the exact midpoint with the abomination and Jesus' sign, and the rapture is basically saying, when you look at the chronology, it's second half sometime. We don't get a date there, but we have a template. And you have something to look forward to with the first 3.5 years, that we're going to need to see this covenant. And we're going to need also in parallel sacrifices beginning on an overspreading or an extension or a wing of the temple for the Jewish people as part of this covenant, right? And then
now, when you mentioned the covenant, right? We need to see the covenant. What if the Q drops are the covenant? They're talking about the Jewish people, but if that's not true Israel, if they're not the true Jews, that's not it. Those who say they're Jews, but they are not. That's them. Them. So now, they talk about sacrifices beginning, like also in parallel, right? Sacrifices beginning an overspreading or extension of a wing of the temple for the Jewish people as part of the covenant, right? What do we talk about sacrifices, right? None of us are here doing human sacrifices or sacrificing anything. We're sacrificing our time. You're sacrificing how you lived it up before or anything like that. You changed your whole lifestyle because you made sacrifices of what you used to do, because now you're starting to hone in on what's really happening.
Breaks that and then sets himself up. Daniel 11 gives us the sequence of events.
11:4.
Starting on 11, let's say verse 20 through verse 30, up to the abomination on his rise to power that Daniel 2 and 7 are talking about, and 8, right? So now we have the exact events for the first 3.5, and then the
Daniel 2, 7, and 8. which equals 17.
That's for the last 3.5. And in the end, kets again, that's going to be used there, and a whole bunch of other terms I won't go into, but just as one example, when you get to the end time in terms of the Armageddon, that's the end time in the last 3.5 years as the completion of, you get an understanding that this will have relevance for other events talked about in other passages in the Old Testament and the New Testament. So you've put those events, and now we can go to Revelation. You might even want to go and put other New Testament prophecies on.
You can put Second Chronicles in here. It says everything what he did before. He moved the embassy to Jerusalem
first and match those up, but it might be a little bit more difficult at this point. And I would recommend Revelation at this point because we want to remember two things. One is do not change anything in Revelation. Right? We're told not to do that.
Don't add, don't take away.
Yeah, exactly. So we want to be careful. That's why I don't start there, because I want to put it on Jesus's template. So the second thing is the revelation that John has is very interesting because it comes from Jesus, who is the spirit of prophecy, Revelation 20 or 19, I'm sorry. And it's the testimony of Jesus Christ given to the angel to show John. Okay, it has to fit what he said before. It just has to. So now all you have to do with Revelation is say, Revelation 1 through 5 is a very interesting part of the vision, and I call it a dual prophecy. I won't get into that in too much detail, but it has information from prehistory, time of the prophet, in this case, John, and end time implications. And this has all of it throughout Revelation. So you have, if you separate that out and then look at the churches and understand that John wasn't raptured because he was taken in spirit, Revelation 4:1. There's no rapture. There's no new body. There's no immortality. He has to return. He has to deliver the letters to the churches. Then he dies. There's no rapture here. People will say it's there. There's nothing that refers to it. They just have to make that change to make their timetable work. But it doesn't say that. And you can't even make the connection there without reimagining what it says. So now if you look at Revelation 6 with the seal
to make their timetable work, it's all about timing. Everything is event driven. So I say, read the Bible and say, trust it, just read it, and you follow along with the story, follow along with the movie.
As to being the start of the last 7 years, maybe just before or just after, it starts to make some sense. But there are also some unfulfilled prophecies that didn't get fulfilled in the time of John or shortly after in the age of the churches. And so those ones will be fulfilled in the end time. They each have at least one. One of them is 10 days of tribulation in Revelation 2:10.
10 days of darkness, it's tribulation.
Not 7 years of tribulation. That's the word thlipses again. And the other one is 3:10, that we're going to be saved from the hour of trial. Those were not fulfilled in the time of the seven churches. So they're, as part of the dual prophecy sort of operational process, the MO is going to be fulfilled in the end time. So we have two promises: to be saved from the wrath and be saved from the hour of trial. So now if you look at Revelation 6 sort of going forward, start that at the start of the last 7 years. Okay? And then as you're looking at Revelation, understand that you're going to see some throne scenes.
Also remember, so if the Q-drop started on 10/28/2017, we are in the 7th year right now. These turned to 8 years in 2026. Or we're in the 8th year right now. Remember, it's not a 4-year election, right? 3.5, abomination.
Right. Throne scenes not presuppose, but project what's about to happen on earth next. Okay, so it shows you what's going on in heaven, and they're at a start of a sequence of events that are going to come through the use of the word kahi, which is the term that's used in Revelation for the then, as you take that back to the Greek. And so they come in rapid sort of events, and this happens, and this happens, and this happens in chronology.
Rapid fire, right?
So take Revelation 6 through Revelation 14:9. With the preaching of the gospel by the angel, which is the last of the preaching of the gospel that Jesus is talking about just before the abomination, line that up with the first 3.5 years. Okay? And things will start to make some sense. And you get a summary in Revelation 14 of the major events after the preaching of the gospel.
Now, I want to point out, I think I missed the point where you mentioned about that there are two promises: to be saved from wrath and to be saved from the hour of trial, right? Promises made, promises kept.
Sequential order for how they're going to happen after the start of the last 7 years after the abomination. What are those? Well, Babylon is destroyed first. That's rather interesting because it's destroyed in an hour. Where do we get that term? The hour of trial. What's that Greek word? Hora. Keep that in mind. So now you have this hour that Babylon is going to be destroyed, followed immediately by the implementation of the mark. Okay, that's the trial because it happens immediately after. And we're also told in Revelation 18, we get the destruction of Babylon to come out of Babylon, the last warning. Just as you have the angel preaching the last of the gospel. I won't go through all the people that do it between 144,000 and the two witnesses and the saints before that, but understand that that's what's going on here. And then you have the Armageddon event that happens after that. Okay, so the major events of the last 3.5 years. And then we get the details and the appropriate throne settings as well that predate the list of events that are going to happen in 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. Armageddon is Revelation 19. Revelation 20 starts the millennium. So now you can put those set of events right around what Jesus is saying. And what else is he saying at the end of Matthew? At the beginning of Matthew, just before the abomination, is that not only is the last of the gospel to be preached before the abomination, but also prepare for the end, right? As we talk
now, when he said, beginning of Matthew, before abominations, that not only the last of gospel to be preached before the abomination, but also prepare for the end of the end, right? The last of the gospel to be preached before the abomination. Wouldn't that be January 6th? But also prepare for the end, the last 7 years, right? Well, 7 years from then, 2021, 2020, right there. Right on cue.
About the end being the last 7 years, but also the end as it's talked about that is going to come along once the church is taken out, that is no longer tribulation, which will now move into wrath. People confuse and conflate wrath and tribulation. Tribulation is thlipses, and it can be translated as affliction as it is in Matthew 24:9. And we see that in Matthew 24:21 with tribulation, the great tribulation not seen since creation or the beginning. The parallel passage in Mark, which is why you want to put this additional detail on, has exact almost same wording, except that it doesn't say tribulation, it says affliction. Just as you have afflicted in Matthew 24:7 for a tribulation. This is the great tribulation. Difference is the great tribulation of the saints, the great tribulation of the world. And the tribulation that's shown in Revelation 2:10 is for 10 years. So look for the tribulation of the saints to start 3 years before the last 7 years, but extend through the last 3.5 years as the great tribulation. And that we are told
So it says the tribulation began 3 years before the last 7 years, but extend through the last 3.5 years. So, isn't it ironic that 3 years before Trump was running, right? In 2012, on March 13th, is when Pope Francis became Pope. So, 3 years before the last 7 years, but extended through the last 3.5 years. Okay, 3 years before the last 7 years. So it is 10.5 years from then. So 2012, 10.5 years is 2023. But extended through the last 3.5 years. So extended through the abomination term.
In the New Testament, that we will go through tribulation. But the wrath is reserved for the ungodly. So
the Roman Catholic. Because when you really look at it, it's like also prepare for the end, the last 7 years, once the church is taken out and move into wrath. Well, remember, they only had that last disc up there and that Pope Leo the 14th's in there. So, yeah, I think the church has been officially taken out.
We need to understand the difference between the two, and then how all of the passages start to line up into place. So when you go into 1 Corinthians 15:20, for example, now
also, the wrath is reserved for the ungodly, right? Why is Israel last? They're the ungodly ones. They sit here and they use the Bible saying that this is what we have. Because we'll go over how October 7th is a big fallacy in itself. But we'll finish this one out.
You have the resurrection sequence. You have to know the resurrection sequence if you want to know what's going on. It's Christ, the first fruits. And then after, when he comes, those who died in him, as you move into 1550 to 54, and those still alive. The difference is the first fruits are martyred. So when we look at the 24 elders that are showing up, those are probably elders as martyrs. The 144,000 will be martyred as first fruits, and they're called first fruits just before the angel preaches, and they're seen back.
So the 144,000 will be martyred as the first fruits, right? All of our chakras getting aligned. It signifies that we have the God spark within us.
In heaven. That's the end of their commission. The two witnesses preach for 3.5 years and are killed and are resurrected. And
so who are the two witnesses? Seth Rich and fucking JFK Jr.
They're killed in that hour. Horror.
Remember, both Junior and Seth Rich died at night, supposedly.
At the towards the midpoint. So there's this hour that the 10 kings will hand over their power to Antichrist in Revelation 17 to destroy Babylon. It's the same hour. What does Jesus say in all of the Gospels when he's going to come back? There's an hour. It's unknown, but there is an hour. You don't know the exact hour or day, but you know the events that are going to be centered around it. So things just sort of line up if you allow it. So you can easily put all of those New Testament prophecies, Revelation, rapture prophecies, any other prophecy, and any Old Testament prophecy now around it. But you cannot confuse prophecies for the church with the prophecies for Israel and Judah. If in the Old Testament it is addressed to Judah, that's for the southern kingdom. If it's addressed for Israel, that's the northern kingdom. If it's addressed...
So, Old Testament, if it's addressed to Judah, that's the southern kingdom. If it's addressed for Israel, that's the northern kingdom. Now, what two places do Trump reside in? The White House in the North Kingdom and Mar-a-Lago in the southern kingdom.
To a specific tribe, that's for the tribe. They're going to have their resurrection in the last 3.5 years yet. But after Jesus comes, you have those who aren't raptured for the Christians, and they're going to be beheaded.
Beheaded, huh? See how that no-hide law is going to come back and bite them in the ass?
We'll say they're not resurrected till Revelation 20.4. It certainly mentions them, but when do we get a reference for the resurrection? Revelation 15, they're shown in heaven, right? And they're shown in heaven before the bowl wraths are poured out into the year of the Lord's wrath. They are not even there for the year of the Lord's wrath. One of the promises to promise.
Wouldn't the year of the Lord's wrath also be the year of the boomerang?
That we were promised in the trial, that we're going to be saved from that hour for the first part of the rapture and resurrections and the first fruits before that. So now when we look at Revelation 6, at the beginning of the last 7 years, you see all of these saints that have been martyred for the testimony of Jesus since Jesus came. These are first fruits. And they're told to wait a little season for those to come out of the tribulation of the saints. And they'll die for that testimony as well. They're all part of the first fruits. First fruits, 24 elders, Revelation 6, Revelation 7, 2 witnesses, 144,000. Those are the first fruits. After that, Jesus comes.
Got it.
Everything just sort of starts to fit.
And so it sounds like not everyone's going to be raptured.
No, obviously there's people who are weak in the faith. But what happens if you understand the falling away in 2 Thessalonians 2 and the scandalizo, which means the same thing, in the time of this tribulation that both Mark and Luke say we're going to be killed in, we're going to provide that testimony for Jesus. It has to be the Revelation 7 saints. Like it just sort of has to be.
The revelation of the 7 saints. How many people are posting on Q? Less than 10, right? Well, what's less than 10? 7's less than 10. Goes along with the numbers.
And it fits on the timetable. And so if you look at how that all sort of fits into the chronology, it just sort of flows. So there's going to be tribulation, and it's not going to be easy. Nobody should want to go through this. This is going to be very, very difficult, but you won't have to ever worry about another conflict again.
We're going through tribulation right now. The thing is, what's tribulation, right? I mean, it could be Damascus, it could be us awakening to the truth. It makes sense. It all does.
And when I first started to do this, I used to live in fear that I would find a passage I couldn't make work. And then when you start to get into the Old Testament passages, it can be a real challenge. But if you understand the year of the Lord's favor is a separate year from the year of the Lord's wrath, and you can now fit the bowl wraths forward as the year of the Lord's wrath, it starts to make some sense. So what's going on with the year of the Lord's favor? That's in the time of Jacob's trouble. And then also looking at Daniel 12, you have this resurrection of people that Daniel is addressing his people to. Well, you have, and this is, by the way, all part of the first resurrection. The first resurrection is a sequence of events. It's all part of the first resurrection of those who are Jesus. It just happens in different stages. So the time of Jacob's trouble is the time of the second Exodus that Jacob is saved from. Trouble is the Hebrew word sarah. It means exactly the same thing as tribulation, or Philippians says. It is the source word and the defining word for Thlipses is the cognate word in Greek for Sarah. So it's the time of Jacob's persecution. It's the time of their trouble. And it's in the last 3.5 years in the Great Tribulation.
Now, the Hebrew word Sarah means the same as tribulation or Philipses does. It's the source word and defining word for Philipses. Cognate word for Greek is for Sarah. It's the time for Jacob's persecution and the time of their trouble. What did Trump say? As long as we have Sarah, it's Sarah. It's time for persecution, because remember, Jacob's name changed to Israel. Just like Palestine changed to Israel. So it's the time of that persecution and the time of their trouble.
Or Thlipses says. It is the source word and the defining word for Thlipses is the cognate word in Greek for Sarah. So it's the time of Jacob's persecution. It's the time of their trouble. And it's in the last 3.5 years in the Great Tribulation. And it is after the rapture event. And when you go now to Daniel 12, it has this time of trouble. That's the Hebrew word Sarah. This is for Daniel's people, a time of resurrection, some resurrected to eternal life and some to the second death. I infer the second death, but to death.
Leavened and unleavened bread. Are you eating the bread with the Christian blood in it, or aren't you? Simple as that.
This is for his people. It's in the same period, but it's not. People will say, well, that's a Christian one, because how could it be anything else at that point in time, right? Well, but that's mid-trib. That's after the abomination again. But it's sometime afterwards. So the time of Jacob's trouble is the time of second Exodus. We get this
second
also,
Exodus, right? Think. Remember, they're all getting out of Israel before, right? Before all the bombing started, right? Now look, now they're all fleeing in boats. It's the second Exodus.
in the book of Isaiah and the book of Luke as the year of the Lord's favor, when Jesus is going to lead the second Exodus. After his sign comes for
also, you could correlate with this because I went off because I had two notes on there. So Jesus will lead the second Exodus after his sign comes for rapture, right? So what if the rapture was them taking out Gaza, right? Because remember, their big thing was to bring back their Messiah. So now Jesus will lead the second Exodus after his sign comes for rapture, right? Well, what did he say? He said, hey, why don't we send these Palestinians over to Libya? So he was leading the second Exodus. He was moving them out of there in order for their time of trouble.
Sure. Israel, who is awakened as the lost tribes, and Judah, who is the one that is still, as we understand them, visible today, and have accepted Antichrist as their Messiah.
Yeah. Israel was awakened as lost tribes in Judah, as we know today, and have accepted Antichrist as their Messiah, or Mosaic, M-O-S-A-I-C-H. Like that one Rabbi Schneerson was telling Bibi. So Bibi's the Antichrist.
And began with that the sacrifices on a wing of a temple. They realized with the sign and the abomination that they've made a great mistake. So they're going to convert back to Jesus as their Messiah. They're now ready for this year of reconciliation, followed by the year of recompense, which is, again, a vengeance for Israel and the saints, for the wrath of God that comes for those who are ungodly. So now you have sometime in the last 3.5 years, you have Jesus coming first for rapture, and those who died in the resurrection. You have the resurrection of the saints before the wrath as well, who are beheaded. You have before the year of the Lord.
So Jesus coming for the first rapture and those who died in the resurrection, right? When was the resurrection? When he came down the golden escalator in 2015. Remember, we said everybody after 2015 are coming back because those who died in rapture in the resurrection, they're coming back.
Wrath, the resurrection of Israel and the reconciliation, all in time for the bride, as both being the bride, back to the one covenant, in time for the supper of the Lamb in Armageddon.
When you say resurrection, are these physical resurrections, like people literally coming back?
Well, yeah, so Ezekiel 37 is the passage you go to for the parallel passage here. And that's
Now,
the dry bone.
Parallel passage. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to rewind this a little bit, but parallel passage, think mirror. So it seems like every one of these verses in the Bible, you have to look somewhere else for it too. You have to look for the mirrored passages. That's how they put it up.
For the supper of the Lamb in Armageddon.
When you say resurrection, are these physical resurrections, like people literally coming back?
Well, yeah, so Ezekiel 37 is the passage you go to for the parallel passage here. And that's the dry bones one that everybody says, what the heck is this? Some people say zombies to you name it. Well, this is the resurrection of Israel. This is the time, as you get further into the teens in that passage, the time of second Exodus, where Jesus is, as he's talked about in Micah 5 and Micah 2, he's the breaker who's going to break Israel out of prisons, who have awakened are in prisons all around the world, who have converted because of the 144,000 who are waiting to be broken out for second Exodus. And this is the time of the seven shepherds. And this is the time the Assyrian is dealt with on the mountains. And so he comes for not only the resurrection and judgment of Israel, but their second Exodus. And Judah, who escapes Jerusalem after the abomination, as the three Gospels talk about, is also talked about in Revelation 12 at the midpoint, where they're going to be protected in the wilderness for 3.5 years at the midpoint. And this is where the Exodus will come from all around the world to meet them in the wilderness. And then, as Ezekiel 37 talks about, one staff, they're going to be joined. So everything is in place in terms of that resurrection. So yes, that is a physical resurrection into a new body. And that's the descriptions you get with the dry bones coming back together.
See?
Got it. To preach the gospel, essentially. Did you get all that?
I mean, it's going to take 3 years to process, but yeah.
And you just make us a graph of timelines.
I do happen to have this recorded, so I'll get to watch it back at 0.5.
Sounds like basically a lot of us are going to die, and then it'll be really good. Right?
Well, we know how it ends.
Yeah, it's more complicated than that.
And you know, the differences isn't for most of the views is that is how much tribulation do we go through, if anything. We know there's a rapture.
Yeah,
it's really the timing, so we shouldn't make that a faith issue. That's shouldn't raise it to that level. I think it might.
Also, a tribulation, you got to pick a side. So you see everything happen here with communism, Satanism, Judaism, and all that. Which side are you going to pick? You're going to go good or you're going to go evil? And that's up to the tribulation. That means, hey, if you're researching, if you're digging into this, you know which side you're on. We know what side we're all on. You look at everything else. What side are they on? They with us or against us?
Be a tragedy if we get it wrong and it comes later than what we think, as in pre-trib, that we lose all of our credibility when the world needs us the most.
Now, if we get it wrong and if it comes later than we think, as in pre-trib, where we lose all credibility when the world needs us the most, the Q drops. That's why they're using Q also with the book of Q. They're going through all this. They're putting it out there because they're not going to lose their credibility because we can refer back to the Q drops, future proofs past. Well, if we're looking back to go forward and it's all about timing, everything's right on time. So when people are like, oh, why isn't it done yet? It's like, hey, our clock stopped a long time ago. We're on free play now.
So that's something to keep in mind as well. But yeah, but there's these other ones where they talk about the little season, that we're in that right now. That's very poor use of scripture. And they say we're in the period where Satan has been released, and this could be 100 years, it could be 200 years, it could be 1,000 years. It's different. I don't know if you've heard this Tartarian.
What do you mean released?
Released from the pit prison, which he is at the end of the millennium.
But he hasn't even got in yet.
Well, they say he has. And we're at the end of that millennium. We just don't know it. We're in this little season, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because they also say Jesus has gone back to heaven because they have to change the scripture. We don't get scripture for that. And in fact, in a short period of time, he gathers an army and he goes to war against Jesus in Jerusalem. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But how they do that is they say little season can be taken back to Greek, and it could mean just a period of time, an unknown period of time. Season can, absolutely, but not little. It is micros chronos. And we get one other example of micros chronos, and that's in Revelation 6, micro chronos, little season, that those are told in Revelation 6 to wait a little season longer, so that those who are to die for the testimony of Jesus like they will are going to come out of the great tribulation of the saints versus the tribulation of the world. And so micros chronos, we get one time frame, right? So we shouldn't really expand it more than what it says and a parallel application. But the Bible is more judicious than to leave that open for speculation. So in Matthew and Acts and other places, you're going to get long season when it's a longer.
Now, when he mentions micro chronos, right? Wouldn't that be a wristwatch? Because chronos is time. Think about all the big clocks everywhere, right? A micro chronos would be something smaller that tells time, like a watch.
Season. Hekanos, chronos. So it specifies when it's a longer period, and a shorter period. So you have to stretch it out of its proportions and application to make it fit. Yes.
Yeah. You said you don't want to live through it.
No.
Do you think you will?
Probably.
We're that close.
We're certainly in the fig tree generation, and I think we're in the age of the sorrows. But the sorrows get stronger throughout that generation, and we don't know what a generation is defined by, definitely. And we don't know what the timetable definitely is for the start. I can make some deductions.
Well, what if they know what the start is? If there's three going at the same time and they said, JFK and Trump start, JFK Jr. start, well, we're just sorrows, right? But remember, sorrows, but the sorrows get stronger throughout that generation. Gen Z. Oh, fig tree, just wait till this correlation.
Thing is, as we're told, a generation can be 40 years as a 40 years in the wilderness in the time of Exodus, 70 years in the book of Psalms, 120 years in Genesis 6:3. So that's a fairly wide
Or
time.
if you add up the 4, 7, 1, 2, 6, and 3, you get 23 pain
frame. And then the next question is what would be the starting point?
Yeah, when did it start?
And why does Jesus use the fig tree as his analogy for the fig tree generation? Well, the fig tree is an allegory, prophetic allegory, that's used for the southern kingdom, Judah. The vine is used for the northern kingdom. And we see that used in the Old Testament. It starts in the book of Judges.
Okay, so fig tree, right? Southern kingdom, Judah, right? Now, what's the northern one? A vine. What else is a vine? Ivy. What's the funny thing about ivy? It grows in the dark. Ivy League?
And but it goes throughout the Old Testament, Jeremiah, Isaiah, number of books. So without getting too detailed on it, it's the allegory. So The second thing that comes to mind is that Jesus, just before he's going to go into the temple and cause mayhem there to the Pharisees, and then cause real concern with the disciples, and before he gives the oratory, because of the concerns the disciples has, what he does, he goes to a fig tree to get some fruit.
Oh, this is before he curses it?
Yeah, it has no fruit.
Yeah.
So he curses it. Why does he do this? He's telling the disciples, who are the southern kingdom, part of the southern kingdom Jewish people, they know the allegory. They know the southern kingdom no longer is going to bear their fruit. And they're going to do the ultimate violation of denying their Christ, their Messiah, in not too long of a time. And so then he goes in to the temple, and then he gives the prophecy about the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem. So the disciples are getting concerned. So they ask, can you give us more detail on this? What will be the signs of the end time and your coming? And that's when he provides it for them. And then he ends.
But first, all right, I don't mean to stop it right in the middle there, all right? But there's something very odd that we did. So, I'm going to put this, yep, of course. So, fig trees and magnolia trees share several similarities despite being different species. Here's some key points of comparison. Both fig and magnolia trees are deciduous or evergreen trees and shrubs, depending on the species. Growth habit. Both can grow to be large trees or shrubs, providing significant shade and structure in landscapes. Both trees will produce flowers, although they differ in appearance. Magnolia flowers are often large and showy, while fig flowers are small and not typically visible as they develop inside fruit. Fruit production. Both trees produce fruit. Fig trees are known for their sweet, edible figs, while magnolias produce cone-like fruits that contain seeds, though are not typically consumed. Cultural significance. Both trees have cultural and historical significance in various regions. Figs are often associated with Mediterranean cultures, while magnolias are celebrated in the southern United States and are often symbols of beauty and dignity. Habitat. Both trees can thrive in a variety of soil types and are often found in similar climates, particularly in temperate and subtropical regions. Aesthetic appeal. Both are valued for their ornamental qualities. Fig trees have attractive foliage and unique fruit, while magnolias are prized for their large, fragrant flowers and glossy leaves. Ecological benefits. Both trees provide habitat and food for various wildlife species, including birds and insects. While they have these similarities, it is important to note there's a difference in flower structure, fruit type, and specific growing conditions, which reflect their unique adaptations and ecological roles. Why are we going through that? Well, so we're going to run this whole story down, right? Go. Jesus goes to the fig tree before he goes to the temple to raise hell with Pharisees. Call the Pharisees the Federal Reserve. Remember, he's going to talk to Jerome Powell. It's like, fucking lower these rates, right? Before he gives his oratory, which after he did it, didn't he talk about and he went out there and did it himself. He had a shovel in hand, right? So, before he gives the oratory, he goes to the fig tree. Let's say he goes to the magnolia tree. It has no fruit. He curses it. There were 2 dead magnolia trees. So what did he do? Tell his disciples it's part of the southern kingdom. Why are there magnolia trees in Washington, D.C. when it's a southern climate tree? Who planted the magnolia trees? Andrew Jackson. Are we seeing where we're going with the whole monetary thing? If it's all allegorical, so he mentions the fig tree generation is followed by days of Noah allegory. Noahide. So we'll continue. I just want to get that out of the way because, you look at when he went to the temple. Well, where'd he go? Capitol Hill, White House, temple. raised hell with the Pharisees, so he would have had to go to Congress. Gives his oratory. Oh, he does that all the time.
Ends it with the fig tree generation followed by the days of Noah allegory, and that the days of Noah we probably talked about in previous shows how it's going to be like that, right? And why we need to learn about it. But the fig tree generation, he says, heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will never pass away. So all of these events that he lists are going to happen in one generation, right? And so that's when we need to understand the other allegory, which is the sorrows, which has the same catastrophes of pestilence, pandemic, earthquakes, and wars and rumors of wars that happens in the seal judgments, 25% destruction, of the trumpets at 33%, and the wrath bowls that would be 100%, unless Jesus steps in to prevent the world from being destroyed by fire. All flesh would be killed. He stops that just before that's going to happen.
Huh. Sounds very eerily familiar to somebody else we all know.
So the sorrows is the other overarching of the three that says that these catastrophes will get stronger and probably start working together as we go through this generation. But we're a ways away yet because we don't have the world government yet and we don't have the universal religion yet.
We're probably, I feel like we're closer to the universal world religion than we are the world government.
We'll start to know that that's getting closer when the false prophets come out. The false prophets will bring about, through their prophecies, Babylon. And we see that being set up a lot right now, whether it's in a polytheist religion or a monotheist religion with apparitions where people are being initiated and they're going to come out at certain dates with prophecies of doom. Now, I look at the seal judgments and the trumpet judgments as things that we do to ourselves versus the wrath bowls, which is for the ungodly and punishment. Those aren't judgments. This is what we do to ourselves. And so these are contrived catastrophes as the world that, as the people who run this world are trying to bring about the end time. It's going to increase as we go and is going to be required to get to world government and a universal religion, but you're going to have the religion first. And it's going to control the 10 kings. It rides the beast of empires, reigns over them with the reins, and the 10 kings will hand their power over to Antichrist to destroy Babylon because they're jealous of Babylon. So once we understand the allegories, and that's all defined within the Bible, we start to understand how things start to come together. So to have Babylon come, you have to have prophecies of doom that they can control, to have the world convert their language in some of these false prophets, convert to the one true religion, or be destroyed from the face of the earth.
Do you think?
So he's doing that, right? So they know their playbook. They have no idea about ours, right? Because we have to learn it from the Q drops, and they're seriously not that smart. So when we're done with this, we got a lot to talk about. Remember, he said religion's number one, right? What did Trump put out there in a drop? It was a while ago. I'll have to dig and find it. But he said, we're bringing back religion. He put it in bold. He's literally doing everything by the book.
Babylon has any connotation or allegorical similarities to a nation currently on Earth?
New York City.
Not to a nation, but we know it's said to be a city 9 times in the book of Revelation.
9/11.
So we know that. So it's going to be at a city. And then the matter is what city? And we know it's going to be a universal religion because it's described as a mystery religion in Revelation 17 and an initiatory religion, as you understand, mysterion, the Greek word that's used there, and sits on many waters. So it's a universal religion of the world. We know it's going to be a geopolitical organization because it controls the 10 kings and they grow jealous of that. And it's the glue that brings that whole network together. And we know it is an economic organization that controls all trade, right? So it's all of those aspects. So it's a beast religion and it's all of these other enterprises. So it's going to sit on 7 hills in a city, but it's more the world, right? So the 7 hills, you could say.
How many boroughs are in New York? How many neighborhoods? I mean, I don't know if there's 7 or not, but if there's 7 hills, I mean, we can even look that up because they could have like names of hills. Also, 7 hills could be 7 mountains, could be Switzerland too.
Should be ancient hills. It's an ancient city. You could look at Constantinople or you could look at Rome. I think Rome better fits. Rome was understood as the seat of idolatry in John's time. Their code word, just as we see Peter writing a letter that he's in Babylon, code for Rome, because if you said Rome and you said something bad about Rome, you'd suffer death. It's understood as an allegory for Rome. And so when you get to the definition of Babylon in the New Testament, it has all the other meanings, but also an allegory for Rome. So that sort of lines up. The 7 hills are the 7 hills of Romulus and Remus, right? And this is where the Sibylline prophecies were also located on Palatine Hill. Vaticanus is a branch hill that was part of the Sibylline prophecies. So now you start to see polytheism sort of, I'm mixing this in as a connection. It seems to fit that this is going to be maybe start in the Roman Church, but it's going to be more of a polytheist religion, and it's probably going to move its home from Vaticanus Hill to inside where the old city of the 7 hills was located.
I have a lot of thoughts, but I'm not intelligent enough to share them. So next time you're here, I'm going to be studied.
I think the big point on that I would like to get across to people on prophecy is read for yourself. And if you're struggling with conflicts, you need to re-examine the approach, because you should be able to make everything sort of fit. So, and it does if you use Jesus's chronology, everything fits. And if you understand him as the Jehovah of the Elohim in the Old Testament, where it says Lord or Lord God, that's where he's involved. So now all of those end time prophecies where those terms are utilized, you know when he's coming back. What period?
And it'll be great. Even though it's scary at first. You might die, but it'll be better after.
Yeah, we have to go through this.
Yeah.
We have to go through this to get to where God wants us to be, and where all who have chosen him and all who are loyal will be moving on into eternity.
I don't. You'll know where this is, but in Revelation, it might be when it's talking about the saints. It says they didn't love their life so much that they were afraid of death.
Yeah.
And so I think I've just started talking about this where I'm just like, people have to get over the fear of death in all connotations. Because if you know what is really going to happen, you won't be fearful in the short term.
No. And you don't have to like it.
Yeah.
You don't have to like the process. But God gave us a gift of life to choose. And everybody has free choice. We're playing things out through free choice, but God as Alpha Omega, Jesus as Alpha Omega, is greater than free choice.
Yeah. I got what I needed from that.
Yeah, there's nothing to add to what Gary said, just something that I think of as I'm listening to this, because I know one of the things I see a lot amongst people who are, even just people who, not only Christians, but people who love to study eschatology, is like, sometimes that's all they do, and then they end up getting into the either the poverty mindset of like, oh man, if it's going to end, then let's not do anything now. And I know that's not what we're thinking at the moment, but there's something that Mike said that really Mike Signorelli He said, build as if Jesus is never coming back, and evangelize like he's coming back today. And that's always just kind of sat with me in terms of this view, and brings a lot of peace to a situation of like, yes, this is going to get crazy, and there's still a lot that we have to do now.
Yep. And understand we can't control things. We can only control what we do.
Right.
And that's what we can do is we can prepare and always watch.
Mm-hmm.
Always watch. And that's what Jesus instructs us to do. So I know it sounds odd that you could just take the Redeemer's word for what he said. That's the way of the wisdom of the world today. But I think it is that simple. And when you get it down to that simplicity, you get out of the complexity of all of these different eschatological approaches that have to reinvent what Jesus said and have to leave out inconvenient passages. Just let it flow. It'll flow. Just all the pieces will fit together. And it should be that way. I mean, it's the meek that's to inherit the earth.
Mm-hmm.
It should be addressed to us, not the elite.
Yep. Agreed. 100%. Cool. You good?
I'm great.
You have any questions? Timeline predictions? 20 years? 30 years?
I refrain from timeline predictions, although you could speculate that things are heating up right now. But if it is the fig tree generation and you wanted a start point, you might look at Jerusalem being that start point and the taking of it in 1967 versus independence, because Jerusalem is like the epicenter of end time prophecy. And in the southern kingdom is in possession of it in the end time. So that would make sense to me. And if that is, then it could be 70 years within the 2030s, but things would have to happen very quickly.
They are speeding up.
They are speeding up, though.
Like pretty drastically. So, okay, cool. Thank you for coming.
You're quite welcome.
You're one of my favorite people. You blow my mind every time you talk. So send me that book tomorrow, and I'll proof the third book for you. Like he's not going to do it.
No. I don't have the third book done yet, so I can't send it.
It's in your mind.
Yeah.
You have it in your mind.
I do.
All right. Thank you guys for watching. If you have any questions specifically around this stuff, we'll probably have him in town again here soon. Let us know. We'll keep track of them and
put them in the comments.
I will forward them to Dr. Gary.
Wonderful.
So,
all right. So, believe it or not, we have got some stuff figured out. Oh boy, do we. Let's see. Okay, let me find, because they're all posts. So, let's see. Right. So, 2 months ago, I gave Iran a 60-day ultimatum to make a deal. They should have done it. Today is day 61. I told them what to do, but they just couldn't get there. Now they have perhaps a second chance. So everybody thinks, oh, you know, trying to make peace. Like, no. No. See? Thing is, this was on Friday the 13th, right? Also, look at the timestamp. It's another 13. Right? Double 13s. Now, why would this be so big? Well, we're going to show you. Let's see. 1 second here, guys. Up here. Nope. Damn it. Let's see. Okay. Now, remember, Hegseth asked Israel for codes for the Iron Dome. right? Because we wanted to build the Golden Dome. How much was the Golden Dome going to be? Glad you asked. On 5/27/25, I told Canada, which is very much wants to be a part of our fabulous Golden Dome system, that it will cost $61 billion if they remain a separate but unequal nation. But it will cost $0 if they become our cherished 51st state. They are considering the offer. So, Golden Dome, Golden Age, $61 billion. Huh. So like the day 61, Trump came out, right? Now, here is where it gets messy. Remember this one, 5/16/25, 8:21 a.m., right? 8:21 a.m., that's your standard 11, right? Now, thing is that if you add all this up, it's 21 or 19, right? Now, has anyone noticed that since I said I hate Taylor Swift, she is no longer hot? Maybe he's giving us a day. Because from 5/16/2025, if you add 17 days to that, you get June 2nd, 2025. June is your 6th month plus 2. There's your 8. And what's 2025? Your automatic 9. There's another 17. I mean, if this is how he's doing it, this guy's beyond amazing. I think that's probably what he's doing because... And then also... So... let's see. What else is there? So remember when he mentioned about the start towards the end? He's like, well, it's going to start in Jerusalem, you know. So when it was taken in 1967 versus independence in the 6-Day War. What happened in the 6-Day War again? I know. USS Liberty. Q. So, because Palestine was taken in 1948, right? Plus 1967, that's a 23 pain as well. So, when they talk about the Alpha Omega, okay, A is a 1 and the O is a 15, which is a 7. Seven, 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 right? If God's the Alpha Omega, Christ the Alpha Omega, who's the third Alpha Omega? Him. We all know who he is. He's just a badass. And then when he says, like, any retaliation by Iran against the United States of America would remember force greater than what was witnessed tonight. Who said you hit anything? I mean, they're saying that, well, and that's the thing. So Russia's opening up and saying, oh, there's going to be consequences. Like, they're playing right into the whole playbook. They're keeping all these people all, oh my God, war, war, war. It's all theater. But we're putting our people in positions where you could take down the rest of them. I mean, it's... Oh. Israel, yeah. We must pursue a diplomatic approach with Iran because nothing more can be achieved through military means. Oh, I thought they didn't have anything left. Nope. Nope. Diplomacy is just shot out the window for them. Because honestly, as long as they're sitting here and they still have nukes, yeah. And also, I want to play this one too, this video, because I think a lot of people could learn from this guy. Because I know it sits pretty well with me. And I know Dina's getting songs in too. And yeah, and then I still have what, one, you know what, that's the one we're gonna play now, but this one, a second. The second one here I'm gonna put in Now this one, the second one, is another one from that deep end with Taylor Welch. Definitely subscribe to his channel. I just found him like 2 days ago, yesterday or the day before. And this one has Gary Wayne on it again, and he talks about the bloodline of Cain, Illuminati, sacred sciences, and Freemasonry. So I'm like 40 minutes in on that, and he goes into the Watchers, the Angels, the Mark of Cain, Azazel and technology, secret society roles. I mean, everything. So definitely want to, because I got a lot of great information that we tied to. I mean, that's why I couldn't play the whole thing, but I'm like, man, when he starts talking about that book of Daniel, I'm like, because I could talk about it, but it's better just hearing from him, and then we could go from that, and so that somebody doesn't say, oh, well, if you just watch it, that's not what he says. Like, no, that's exactly what he says, and we just want to correlate with that. So that one is the bloodline of Cain. And this one is, if you're too scared to be honest, you're an Untermensch.
Shameless Berg, I hope you're doing well today. Had just a few minutes this morning to share my thoughts on the subject of the job market issue. Often I'm asked by inferior people why I would put my face out there and just say it like it is. Aren't you afraid of your employment prospects, your job prospects, to just come right out there and just say words? No, I'm not afraid. And we're going to go over what's really going on here and why a white man like myself would think it was worth it to just come right out and say it like it is, even in spite of danger to my job prospects. So here we have, so most liberals don't know what DEI entails. They assume it's race-neutral treatment, and obviously that's not. They're very mistaken. It's common to discriminate against whites and men as part of DEI programs. Now, here's this little snippet from a Yahoo News article. Companies avoid hiring white men as part of a diversity push. Hundreds of companies are deliberately shunning white men for jobs amid pressure to make workplaces more diverse, a survey has found. A poll of 1,216 of American businesses with diversity, equity, and inclusion policies found that 1 in 10 avoid hiring white men altogether, and 6 in 10 human resource managers put diversity over qualifications when selecting candidates. Hey, black people, all that fucking systemic privilege you talk about, all that institutional privilege you talk about, nobody's fucking pushing you out of the way to shoehorn us into positions. Nobody. The world bends over backwards for you, not us. We get shafted for you. It's not the other way around. There's no systemic advantage where we just get shoehorned in because we're white. No, we get fucked over because we're white to make up for people that can't cut it. They can't make the cut on their own. Like you can't make the cut. You can't perform on your own merits to get to that point. The disproportionate outcomes are created by 2 factors. A, you're a smaller portion of the population, 13%. B, I'm sorry, you're stupid. Okay? You just aren't as good at things as we are. You're not as smart and you're not as effective. And that's why artificial measures have to be brought into force in order to force you into situations that you usually wouldn't make the cut to be in. We don't have these programs helping us. We've not had this affirmative action bullshit, this DEI bullshit, this, take from the able and give to the stupid and useless program. We haven't had that to benefit us. It's all been on our back. It's all been on our dime, and it's all been at the expense of opportunities for us. Just to slingshot you a win, that you couldn't have gotten otherwise. The study conducted by website Resume Builder also found that 1 in 3 HR managers believe that quote-unquote reverse discrimination occurs because of DEI policies. Look, HR people are some of the most lib shit, obnoxious pieces of shit on this planet. And yet even 1 in 3 of them manage to see the obvious. Incredible. So 3/4 suspect that these policies were introduced in part for appearances. Probably, but it's affecting real lives in ways that go far beyond appearances. You're doing it to make yourself look good. but you're ruining lives for it and making your companies shittier, less competent. All for the sake of black people crocodile tears. So at Freaky Dev, he says, I work in tech recruiting. It's 100% your race, gender, sexuality, and nationality blocking you. Our ATS/HR systems can sort and filter you by pipelines, which users label with demographics. Most have diversity features that alert you when you have too much or too little of a certain group. We have constant lunch and learns and seminars about how to recruit for diversity in a compliant way, parentheses, how to do it legally without getting caught. We pay NGOs and staffing agencies to hand us resumes from people who are only of a certain race or gender. Our global mobility departments get the foreign resumes and we put them first because they cost less and they check off those DEI boxes. We put you on blacklist/ignore list/do not hire list if you aren't diverse. And if we don't have that feature, we put it in the notes on the candidate file. It is definitely discrimination. Every straight white American male I've screened was qualified and well-versed for the position they were going for, and every time I was told by superiors to focus on other pipelines, aka the diversity hires. Nobody is doing that for white people. Nobody is shoehorning us in. They're cutting us off to help you. And you still have the fucking nerve to talk about institutional privilege, systemic racism. That any positive outcome that we get in our lives as white men was just handed to us on a platter, just for the fact of being white. Meanwhile, we're the only group that doesn't have in-group racial preference. I'm so sick of being gaslit for you fucking people. I can't even take it anymore. So he continues on, okay, this blew up way bigger than I expected. A lot of people are asking to name drop companies behind this. Short answer, it's literally every company. It is. The biggest offenders are NGOs and staffing firms, so I focus on them. I've called them out many times. He says, here's an example. I have an entire database tracking these organizations and collecting/archiving their DEI features and tactics, so even if they scrub it, and a lot of them are, it won't be forgotten. I won't forget it.
Now, when he mentions NGOs, right? Now, this is where we can really connect this, right? Because if the NGOs and the DEI hires, right? Which they all, black, brown, whatever, right? Well, who are they hiring? They're hiring their comrades. So their comrades are well paid, and they are funneling all their money using USAID all across the world to fund this massive overthrowing of America.
I won't forget it, because in the future, when we win, it's not just the government that's going to face, it's not just politicians and people in the government that's going to face consequences, okay? Oh, fuck no. Oh, fuck no. It'll be people in the corporations. It'll be, corporate executives. It'll be HR departments. It'll be all of them. They will all be held to account, because without all of this bullshit, none of this would have been possible. Fuck corporations and fuck all these companies that have destroyed our country and destroyed our demographics all along the way. They've gotten rich off of our backs. They've gotten rich off this land, and they fuck us over like this.
And who runs it all? Das Juden.
So, he continues with quite a lot. I'm not going to read all of it because actually there's just quite a lot listed here. Here's a list of the largest offenders: staffing companies and nonprofits that employers pay to recruit and collect DEI/H-1B candidates for them. But there are hundreds of these, and this is just for the tech industry. It's hard to list them all. He does go on to provide a list. I'm not going to drag you through it. Again, it's at Freaky Dev, PHREAKYDEV. Go check it out on X if you want to look at this thread. It's worth it because he has a lot of information listed out. He says the only thing hidden from recruiters is the boilerplate EEOC questions, but even those can be defeated. Answers are aggregated and used to alert HR if they're hiring too much or too little of a group. Every ATS allows HR to ask custom questions, which are often duplicates of the EEOC questions. HR can see the answers to the duplicate questions. Okay. And mind you, look, I have had certain opportunities denied to me, like job transfers, promotions over my demographic. Okay. And that happened like a long time ago, like back in 2012 or something, before a lot of this got, as big as it has. And I remember just being mindfucked by it. Like, what? And I told my boss, like, well, hold on. Like, you're telling me they're not going to accept this, because they're looking for like a female, this, that, and the other. And she just stares blankly at me. I was like, that comes down to discrimination. Like, she's like, well, they're trying to create a more balance. I'm like, that's discrimination. You're telling me I can't go because of my immutable characteristics. She pauses and goes, well, they're going to say it's about your performance. And I'm just like, but it's clearly not. It's clearly not. Look at the years I've been with this company. It's clearly not. So I have some personal experience with that. It's just gotten infinitely worse since then. One wonders if I'd have even gotten in the door of this place back then, like if this was today. So we've got that we're kind of working against, okay? On that literally systemic level, institutional level, hey, black people, those words that you're always repeating like they're magic words, you don't understand what the fuck they even mean, okay? You just say them like, X word do Y thing. X word gives me that. Y word gives me that. If I say this word, you gives that. They're like incantations for you. You don't fucking understand what they mean. You are the recipients of institutional power and privilege and all these artificial measures to boost you in your outcomes in life. We don't have any of that shit, okay? It's you, and you won't even acknowledge it. You won't acknowledge it, and you turn around and you act like we have all those things that you have, and fuck you for it. So here from, this is a subreddit, Red Scare Pod, from a fickle_permy. Got an interview because they thought I was Indian. Lost interest when they found out I was white. Hey, remember that thing where Elon said that he was going to do a war on the H-1B issue, the likes of which we could not possibly comprehend? Hey, just remember that. Remember when he said that? It was a declaration of war. And if any of you have trusted him at any point after that, you should never have trusted the guy in general. He's, come on. But if you have trusted him after that, anything he has said, you are a dumbass. Okay, you're a complete dumbass if you have. Because when he declared war, okay, on that, and he made it sound like it would be beyond our comprehension. So everything that he does and says after that should be seen as some calculated part of that war that he waged, that he promised that he was going to wage. And the H-1B issue is central to him. He wants us loaded down with Indians. Loaded down. And, he wants you to fuck yourself in the face if you don't agree with it. Just wanted to back up on that just for a second. So, he says the whole H-1B Twitter debate has made me want to share my experiences with Indian racism/nepotism. My last name is similar to a common Indian surname. I'm Slavic, but don't look remotely Indian. But my last name is pronounced almost identically to an Indian name, just with an extra syllable at the end. Think Guptal versus Gupta. Only a few thousand people worldwide have my last name, so I'm not sharing it. In 2023, I applied for an application developer, basically software engineering position at an insurance company. A few days later, the HR lady, not Indian, called, asked some basic questions, and scheduled a Zoom interview with the team. The invite listed 6 people, 3 with Indian names and 3 non-Indians. When the interviewer started, I logged in early with my camera on. It was just me and the HR lady at first. Then the team began joining. The Indian team members who joined seemed visibly disappointed upon seeing me and quickly turned their cameras off. White men need not apply. And you get to also call it not discrimination at the same time. Somehow. It's not racism at the same, it's not systemic disadvantages. Somehow. For us. None of the non-Indian invitees showed up besides HR. Instead, 2 more Indians replaced them. From what I could tell, the non-Indians were project managers and the entire tech team was Indian. The hiring manager, Indian, Eventually turned the camera back on, but it wasn't a real interview. They were just going through the motions to appease HR. No introductions, no team or job details, no chance for me to introduce myself, just rapid fire standard junior SWE questions. The hiring manager spoke in incredibly broken English. Dinga 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 do not redeem dinga dinga dinga. Yeah. Wasn't making any effort to be clear and seemed distracted, as if multitasking. I had to ask him to repeat questions multiple times. About 5 minutes in, I accepted what was happening and mid-sentence hit the leave meeting button. Neither side followed up afterward. I used to laugh about this experience, but the recent Twitter H1B debate brought it back to my mind, and honestly, it still pisses me off. How do you laugh about it? We live in a world where everybody's saying that we're on the receiving end of all these benefits and that we're fucking everybody else over in the way we're getting fucked over. None of this is funny. We're living in a time of extreme demoralization, gaslighting, just anti-whiteness all over the place. None of this is funny. Here's the crazy part. I think I figured out what happened. My resume was attached to the interview request and my name was misspelled by HR. When HR sent my resume to the hiring manager, they must have renamed the file to match their naming convention. Somehow they misspelled my name as Gupte instead of Guptel. While it's still not Gupta, I'm pretty sure the hiring manager just glanced at the file name, assumed I was Gupta, and invited me for an interview without even reading my resume. Yeah. So, to those of you that are inferior and ask why I do this when it could affect my job prospects. Dude, if you don't speak out when things are like this, and you have the opportunity to speak out, fuck you. You're an inferior being. You really are. If you just don't, you can't work up the nerve and the courage to speak out at a time like this, you deserve literally everything that happens to you. So yeah. Are there probably quite a lot of companies at this point that wouldn't hire me? Dude, I was never going to apply to begin with. I fucking hate them. Okay. I've gotten to a place with these people where, I can't say anything that's not like really Fed posty. Okay. So take the word Fed post and just imagine applying it to a corporation. All right. That's all. I'm ready to see some consequences, let's say. I'm not trying to be hired by these people. I would rather, if necessary, live off the grid. I'd rather be fucking destitute and free to speak my mind than to chop my balls for a little mammon. To trade in the ability to just speak my mind, say it how it is, say how I really feel about this world in exchange for mammon, in exchange for some perceived safety. No, I'm not going to do that. And that doesn't make me stupid or unwise. That makes you a fucking coward and it makes you an inferior being, okay? When you can look at all this, I mean, the deck's already stacked against you majorly in the workplace and in academia. And, our countries, white countries have been getting taken over and we're being replaced by third worlders. Anti-whiteness is everywhere. Crimes against our people are happening all the time and they're being buried. Things are a shit show, and you want to ask me, why am I worried, or why am I not worried? And then you turn around and accuse me of being a Fed for it. Now, I'm not offended by that charge. I've seen a number of people or heard a number of people say, white, fit, I'm talking about these hot button topics. Oh, totally not a Fed. You're a fucking loser, okay? You're inferior and you're a fucking loser. But thanks for to me, that's literally an accomplishment. It's a compliment for somebody to Fed jacket me over having those traits, being white, fit, and speaking the truth, like having some balls. Oh, they can't possibly conceive of having some balls. So if you're living in an environment like this, open discrimination is happening, and at the same time, you're being told that you're doing those things to other people, like you're being gaslit to that level with the demoralization propaganda that extreme, and with the real world consequences that apparent. And you're going to ask me, why would I possibly risk some employment prospect with a company that would force me to call men women and to use their chosen pronouns? Where I have to go in and pretend to be like them. Now, look, I'm not a Christian, Okay, but some of you Christians, because I know there's probably quite a bit of you listening. Hey, you remember that whole shit about the mark of the beast? Okay, put out of your mind real quick any notion of a chip or a tattoo or any of that. Even if you believe those things, just put it aside and just hear me out for a second. In order to buy or sell, you have to have the mark, in either the head or the hand. Some people believe that's a metaphor for your thoughts and your actions. It may very well be. Either way, I'm not Christian, but I'm appealing to you on this because remember, the beast system idea that's laid out in Christian prophecy, I like it actually. It makes sense to me in terms of talking about some of the issues, like the mark of the beast system. I still kind of call it the beast system sometimes because it's sort of, it walks like a duck, talks like a duck sort of a thing. But I've come to see the mark. It's more of like an archetype of like the thing you do in order to, like the thing you trade in order to, be able to function in society broadly. A few years ago, it was a mystery jab and it was doing, measures that don't keep anyone safe. Stand 6 feet apart, wear this face diaper and all this other stuff. Back then it was that, okay? But nowadays it's, you will use their name, you will use their preferred pronouns, you will celebrate Tyrone's black excellence, you will, you will wear the rainbow flag or the, rainbow flare, or you will have to, walk in under a rainbow flag hanging down. You'll have to engage in all of this disgusting nonsense of the culture in order to even get your way into the door. And that's assuming that you didn't get discriminated against by some, HR department or whatever, or in favor of some Indian. Like the deck stacked against us. And I'm not saying that there's no opportunity available for somebody like me, like that there's no way to get ahead. There's definitely ways, but that's not the way for me. Like these corporations that are operating with these DEI policies, that they're participating in this discrimination, that one day when we look back, we'll all be cast under the light of shame. Okay, everything that's happening right now, shame. And a lot of the characters involved, shame. It's going to be a very shameful chapter in history. Now, during that chapter in history, did you trade in your balls for mammon? Did you say that you were a free person with free speech, but you really traded in your free speech for mammon? Did you really do that? For a perceived safety, maybe if you keep your mouth shut long enough, things will just get better and go away. You're inferior, so, and accept that, you can accept that you're weak and cowardly, but if you do that, just shut the fuck up and leave people like me alone. Okay, I'm not scared. Because I'm not going to live that way. That's not a life worth living. Here, if you want this mammon, you need to come here and call this dude Rachel and she, her. Oh, here's Tyrone over here. He's just the same as you. In fact, probably better even. Even though we gave him a leg up to get in here artificially, we're going to say that he had to work harder for it than you did and is therefore better than you. You have to play all these stupid games, and I have refused to put myself in those situations because I can't do it. It would just peel layers off of my soul until I just can't take it. I can't do it. And so I just wanted to talk about that. What's the point? Why limit myself when I have this chance to speak my mind? And when the message is just burning in my heart and just dying to get out. And if I hold it inside myself because I'm afraid of material outcomes or mammon or whatever, or employment prospects, then I don't deserve freedom. And neither do you. I mean, if that's how you think and act, you don't deserve it either. You don't value it enough. You don't understand it clearly. And so you don't deserve to apply it, But if you want to grow some balls and realize the situation we're in and realize you damn well better speak up while you can, then, come on, join us, grow some balls. You don't have to be cowardly, weak, and inferior forever. But until then, you are. You know, if you're biting your tongue because you're afraid of just mammon, and you're having to play these games, and you're playing pretend for black people, and you're playing pretend for Transformers, and you're playing pretend for whatever else, I mean, honestly, shame on you. I'm shameless. I'm completely shameless. So don't bother trying to shame me, but shame on you though. I think some of you still have shame. So shame on you. And cut it out. Grow some balls. You know, and if you can't, then just shut the hell up and stop bothering people like me. You can keep fat jacketing me and everything, but at this point, I just want you to remember that it's a cell phone when you do that. You're admitting that you're weak and ugly and stupid and that you have no balls. You're admitting that you don't have the gall to just say what you really think and feel. And that makes you inferior. That makes you a weak and inferior person. It really does. Like, comment, share, subscribe. Not that I have to ask you people to comment. Every single video just gets loaded with them. Yeah, you know, but anyway, it helps the algorithm. And I do want the channel to get around. I do want it to last, and I'm not going to give up on it. With your help, this channel will have a nice long life in the future, and I will continue to speak my mind. Also, check out merch if you're interested. I still have White Boy and White Girl Summer available. Of course, I have some Shamelessburg official shit. Also have a Shamelessburg dad hat coming. I'm pretty excited about that. Let's see. There's also a Killdozer shirt with the sometimes reasonable men must do unreasonable things quote on it. We have one of my favorite quotes. Some of you will know who it came from. The most precious possession you have in this world is your own people. Got that on a shirt. You got to check it out. I have left it with no attribution for, I think, a pretty obvious reason, but I think it can be taken as a standalone statement. And I figure that those who know will know, and you know, others can just consider the statement as it is. You know, it's kind of hard to argue with. Unless you're some Ayn Randian dumbass who hasn't realized that you aren't just some radical, atomized, hyper-individualistic, you know, cell, all right? You aren't. You're actually part of something, and you need to realize that, and you need to assume your place within that greater thing. You are not a standalone. But yeah, that all being said, I hope you guys are doing very well. I will try to upload here shortly. And until then, you guys take care.
Now, I honestly love that guy. I mean, he straight shooter, you know, and he survived on YouTube that long about talking about the Jews. So I'd like to have him on too. He'd be a fun one. So we have a conundrum here. Okay, if we show one more video about Juneteenth, a funny one, or we just go straight to the music. Let's see if anybody can answer. See. The Jews today? Yes, we did. See them getting bombed. Yeah. I think we'll go with the Juneteenth video. Why not? I mean, what else are we going to do? It's hot as balls outside, right? All right, give me 1 second.
We all remember last year at this time. Doesn't it seem to be
this is a great one.
A different vibe between last year's Juneteenth and this year's Juneteenth? I've caught a subtle difference, especially the federal government. This is a federal holiday. It's been one since Joe Biden signed that into law. And who knows whose hand was firmly gripped around that fat auto pen. Just grab that auto pen and make Juneteenth a national holiday. No stock market, no banking, Schools are closed. The post office is closed. All this nonsense. So I have not heard Donald Trump mention Juneteenth today. He's far too busy with international affairs that are of galactic import. But just a year ago, the president and the vice president and so many other people were dancing and celebrating Juneteenth. And boy, if there's one thing I think we can all remember, it's Joe Biden just tripping the light fantastic, cutting the rug, doing a jig, perhaps. So here is a year ago. Let's watch Joe Biden on Juneteenth celebrating. Makes you want to get up and dance, doesn't it?
They cut the music off because of copyright, so I wish they expand it, because they had that dude in a dress dancing next to good old Dougie. A Robotoid. That's all it is. Like the arms, nothing. That is nutso right there. Oh no, legit. Oh no. Oh no, it must have came in late. Oh no. He's setting them up for the fall. Remember, I ran next.
I mean, oh yeah, he was fine. He's fine. Don't worry about don't worry about that. He's fine. Fist bump. Holy mother of pearl. I don't want to love nobody but you. I don't want to. Hi, this is Anthony Cumia.
And hello, I am Gavin McInnes.
Do it. It's uncensored and oh so entertaining. Wow. Now this year, like I said, I haven't heard Trump mention it. Maybe in between me getting in the studio here and doing the show, something happened. But I don't think I've heard. I've seen a few people. I saw Ted Cruz from Texas. He put out a Juneteenth tweet, which is just, what is Ted doing? After getting his ass summarily handed to him by Tucker Carlson in an interview the other day. Holy moly. I mean, there are just some things you best have scribbled on your hand if you're going to be talking about Iran. The population of the country is one thing. If you're discussing going to war, you better know a few things. Gross national product, the, how about, yeah, there it is. Today we remember the evils of slavery. And those who dedicated themselves to its abolition and America's commitment to freedom and the God-given rights of man. And a big Juneteenth, what statue is that? That George Floyd with his toilet paper? I had a
Freedom Day. It's in the drops. Freedom. Because I just want to stop this moment, right? So, Juneteenth is June 19th, right? What's the next day? June 20th. 6 2s and 8, 2025 is a 9, right? If you add 17 days of that, you get 7/7. Or, better yet, if you go on the 19th and you go through and count the whole day, well, it falls on 7/6, the day of the parade. Which is it going to be? It's going to be the Sunday or Monday?
I don't know. Freedom Day. Well, God bless. I had a dream today. Yeah, so I haven't seen anything. I saw Donald Trump had 2 flagpoles, American flagpoles, installed on the, I believe, the south lawn of the White House. You know, how are there not big, giant flagpoles waving big, giant American flags at the White House. That should have been something you'd think another, like Reagan, would have done or something. Maybe they did, and they were ripped down by some commie presidents over the course of the years. But, you know, the libs on TikTok and X and everywhere else on social media, they couldn't even, they had to shit on that too. Great. So now the White House looks like some car dealership with the big American flag, you know? Like, it's an American flag. It's the White House. I defy you to find another governmental place in another country where they don't have that flag, their own flag flying. So piss off. You know, you wouldn't get Biden doing it, that's for sure. So, yeah, that's what Trump has been up to. Let's remember, here's a black woman. She is talking about words, hurtful, racist words. Oh, no, I'm not talking about like racial epithets that we all know and love, that we all know, like the dreaded N-word or anything like that. But this woman, she's going to let us know that there are other words that we use every day without even thinking about it, that if you use them, you, in essence, in reality,
make sure you guys write these names,
are
these numbers
using
down.
the N-word.
All these words.
Yeah, there's a few of these words. I don't know. I've used these words and never thought about the N-word. Some I have. Some of them in there I have. But let's see. Maybe we can educate. This is educating ourselves for Juneteenth. Let's listen. A black woman speaking. Listen. Pay attention. A queen is speaking. And we will see what she says and what words might as well just be the N-word. Go ahead.
10 ways you say the N-word without saying the N-word. If you use any of these terms or phrases in reference to black people, you are just as racist as the person that actually uses the N-word. Here are the words: thug, ghetto, welfare queen, lazy, race baiter, race grifter, threatening, angry, dangerous. Or you say that we're playing the victim or we are a diversity hire. What you actually mean to say is the N-word. Just stop it. If you say these words or phrases, you are calling us the N-word. If you say these ignorant racist terms or phrases around your children, you're also teaching your children to be racist just like you. So I have good news and bad news for you. Here's the bad news. You're not as non-racist as you thought you were, and you're certainly not anti-racist. Here's the good news. You can unlearn all the racist crap you've been taught and reject white supremacist ideologies that you've believed for your entire life. Now, if you're ready to do that and start becoming a part of the solution instead of a part of the problem, go to that link on my profile, sign up for my webinar replay, or do my 5-day challenge, because it's time to do better.
It is time to do better. And this Juneteenth, I'm going to listen to this woman. I heard her, and I am going to listen. I will not use any of those words. I will only use the N-word. So instead of saying thug, or dangerous, or lazy, or diversity hire, or any of the other words she said in reference to a black person, she's right. Those just mean the N-word. So what she's trying to say here is just use the N-word. Don't use these other words. And I appreciate that. Again, just trying to educate the audience on this wonderful Juneteenth. See? Yeah, I hear you. Oh, you know, it doesn't just have to be black people that can educate us in the ways of Juneteenth and the black culture and give us a little insight into what is going on in the black community. White people can do this too. Now, I didn't hear this on the list, so I guess I could use this term, wig. That's right, wig. Sometimes white people act like they're black people. It's an astounding thing to see. The language, the body language, the movements, the everything. But they're white. we can still learn from them. Here is a woman who had a chow. She had a chow with a black man, and she has the chow with her. I guess the chow's 17 years old now, and she's saying, I guess this guy is famous. I couldn't tell you. And people are asking her why she isn't rich, because I guess this guy has money. Whatever it is, she's very proud to have had this guy as her baby daddy. And just listen to the way she talks. She's adopted the whole black cultural thing and just absorbed it like a sponge. And watch her. She's inspiring this Juneteenth.
When everybody started finding out I was Duke Dennis' baby mama, y'all want to put me in that category with his other baby mamas, call me a gold digger and all that. First of all, do you see this child? 17, okay? I had him when I was pregnant with that baby before Duke blew up, before he had no money. That man was broke when I had that baby. Okay? No money. I'm the first baby mama. First! Okay, ain't no gold digging going on over here. None. But y'all want to get in my comments. Why? And like talk this shit, and y'all don't even know, like, stop all that yapping. Because for one, that man didn't have no money when I was messing with him, okay? No money. None. Y'all, and it's a...
Would you like to know why he didn't have any money when they decided to procreate? Well, maybe because she was 18 and he was 14. Pedophilia.
People saying that my child too old to be his. Y'all, that man is 30-something. Okay? He 30-something. That man is not young. So y'all get out my comments unless you know what you're talking about. Y'all be loud. When everybody started finding out.
Well, could
30-something. He's 31. 31 years old.
We're back on the screen there for a second. I want to point something out that her Betty Boop hairdo. See, black people do this to their hair sometimes. They like use lye and glue. Sometimes they use that Gorilla Glue to glue down the hair because it's Afro hair. This woman right here could literally have a flowing head of hair, but she's on purpose doing it like a black person. She has gone to every possible length to deny her whiteness and imitate, make some kind of a goof, a cartoon character. She is a cartoon character of a black person, but she's celebrating blackness even though she's not black. Is this acceptable on Juneteenth? Sure it is. Go out there, do your best voice and shit, and it's just part of the overall celebration, exposing people maybe to the black culture, the voice, the body language, styles, to people that might never see a black person. I don't know where that would be in America, but yeah, so feel free to do that. She did a great job. Great job. Let's see what else we got here as far as our, black people, African Americans. The first part of that is African, from the dark continent of Africa. Lest we forget the wonderful, wonderful people and culture and art, music came out of the continent of Africa. And you can't celebrate Juneteenth without remembering where that heritage comes from. Africa. So keep that in mind. Your African brothers and sisters, your heritage, African roots that we can never forget. Oh, we can never forget, can we? Africa gets a raw deal sometimes. They're looked at as not having the intelligence of people from countries in the Western nations. and perhaps not being quite as innovative. Well, I beg to differ. And on this Juneteenth, I'm not going to let people talk. A continent full of people that are inspired and use their wherewithal, intelligence, gumption, and you know, I will say ingenuity to advance the culture right there in Africa. Here's what I've shown some of these before, but here's the latest from African aviation. If you know anything about airplanes, you'll clearly see a propeller, a motor, a guy sitting at some rudimentary controls, a cinder block, landing gear. Well, anyway, let's look at this next step. Who knows? Maybe one small step for black man and one giant leap for black mankind. Let's watch. I mean, smoking or non-smoking, he's ready to go.
He's gone now.
Variable pitch propeller? Oh my Lord. Look, they're all jumping on it like it's going to go somewhere. They're all getting on for the ride. Little kids. Well, that sounds good. Chitty, chitty, bang, bang. Oh, my God. They're in the line of the propeller. If one of those flies off. Oh. They're ready to go. Get on. I like the soda bottle in the carburetor or whatever that is. That's just a soda bottle. I remember, you know, they would tell pilots to do a little walk around, check, equipment check on their planes. And one thing that they made sure was that the soda bottle of gasoline was firmly placed into the intake of the engine. That's very important in aviation. Hey, who knows? In 50, 80,000 years, it might get that thing off the ground. Happy Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth, everybody. A little more celebrating of the culture. Who wouldn't celebrate that? Aviation brought to the dark continent. A little elbow grease. If they know how to start a motor, yeah, I probably shouldn't even get into it. Like, make a pump. Make a pump for water that you can then irrigate a field with and perhaps plant. Hey, who am I to say? That's aviation. Maybe there's an agricultural guy down the street with another motor with a soda bottle in it, watering some crops. Who am I to say? Juneteenth. Juneteenth.
All right, I'm gonna get a couple songs lined up. Give me 1 second. While we get a song lined up, give me 1 second.